hello. Just get the music all balanced out real quick. We've got Halo. We've been in a Halo vibe recently. Listen, people may not like the new Halo, or the Halo remake, I mean, but the music is still classic and it's still a banger. We can all agree on that. If anything they did right, that's the one thing we can give props to. We can all, handshakes, high fives, fist bumps. We can all agree they didn't fuck up the soundtrack, right? Right? We can all agree? I hope so. Hope we can at least agree on that much. Man. Ooh, talking about, I got some fierce comments that were very upset that I wasn't like hate brigading campaign involved. Which, by the way, I made it very clear that I was going to be biased about it like a month ago. I said, especially after people were already giving it criticism of like the pre-release I said, listen, people are going to criticize it. Your boy's going to consume it and enjoy it because I want some Halo and with some modern graphics. Though, to be honest, we played the OG Halo. Listen, the classic still got it. Okay. Graphic, all they had to do was give it a graphical upkeep and like some of the changes they made and kept it exactly the same, and no one would probably complain without like all the extra side stuff. I was trying to think, what was the oh yeah, I need a link in the Discord real quick, the stream. I swear one day I will be consistent with streaming and I will have a schedule so that people know when to tune in. I will never have a consistent audience. Granted, I just kind of stream when I want to. And a lot of people like to watch the VODs anyways. They'll watch some of it, or they'll wait for the individual videos that come from it, and that's fine too. Unless I don't make a video out of it, in which case they'll watch the VOD, which is peachy keen. All right, let me post into the Discord that I am streaming. That is not what I wanted. What are you doing? Hello? Thank you, stupid prick. All right. Send now. Ah, there we go. Pinged in the Discord. We are grooving. We're schmooving now. All right, we do have quite a packed evening. We live. Yes, we are. Greason, we are live. What's up, outsider? Hello. I swear, I promise one day I'll have a schedule for you guys to show up. I swear one day when I decide to be consistent. Yeah, because here are the people coming. As soon as I post live, people show up. If I had a schedule, I swear I'd probably do better. All right, so like I said, we do have quite a bit going on today. Just a little upkeep. Next week, Tuesday, is the last day of summer break for me, which means your boy is going back to work, which probably won't change anything whatsoever for you guys because I don't stream consistently, and I very rarely stream in the morning. If there's one thing I failed to do this, kind of like the random notification, never know when you are on. You hit the link. I need to do better by telling people to hit the bell. The bell sometimes will notify you, sometimes it won't, but hit the bell and then hit the double bell. There's like 3 bells, I think. I don't know. Hit all the bells and whistles. And then Discord, I'll notify people as well. Like, but yes, we will. I will start, which means, you know, after school program will start. I've got debates. I will have TCG club, which means I have to consider whether I stream on those days or not. It's crazy to me because my schedule and story time while we're waiting for people to pull in. I used to look for it. I would try to avoid scheduling on Tuesday because of Destiny. My life did, like, this is, by the way, this is how bad I was and how much Destiny consumed my life. I would schedule appointments. I would schedule like my job. Everything I would take days off for Destiny. Now the last part, people do Fridays, stuff like that, right? But like I would schedule my life around Destiny. Sorry, I can't hang out with my friend today. I got Destiny. It's kind of refreshing knowing that I'm going to start a full year without having to worry about taking a Tuesday off. I can work on a Tuesday and nothing will change. Actually, the difference is now like Thursday, Friday. That's where most games are releasing. It's like Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday. Like those are the days now. Tuesday, I'm free. The shackles, I'm free. By the way, we will do, you know, slow. We're gonna do the farewell tour for Destiny. I've been playing a shit ton of it. It's probably the best it's ever been, and it's so unfortunate it had to die to get there. Destiny died so it could finally feel like a good game. Damn, your summer's already over. Here in Canada, we have 3 weeks left. Hey, well, when did you go to summer break in Canada? Also, I bet we have more holiday weeks off as well. All right, we'll give it a little bit more for everyone who's lurking in the chat. If you're lurking, you're waiting for a watch, we'll get started here in a minute. I don't want to spend too much time dilly-dallying. We've got a lot to cover. So here's the thing for some of the people in chat, outsiders here, and anyone watching the VOD. Here's the thing. I've been juggling some ideas. And people who are lurking can shout out if you're lurking. Or if you're watching the VOD. Last week of June, we were done. Oh, wow. Wait, last week of June? Bro, I'm working and lurking. Hey, it's okay, Zolf. You can sound off. For anyone that's watching the VOD, or maybe I'll put this in the video as well. I've been brainstorming, and before we really get into it, I just kind of spitballing out here. Listen, I've been wanting, like, maybe you guys can give me estimates. I've been really wanting to do shorts, or like, I feel like there's moments in videos or in the live streams that there's like moments where have been really funny to like document. And I want to give a shout out to, I don't know if they're still in the channel. I know I believe they're still in the Discord. Let me double check. Yes, Pie Filler in the Discord. Shout out to them. Whenever I play Crimson Desert, they would fill the chat full of like tags to clips. They would clip the stuff for me, which I don't know if YouTube still lets you clip it, but they would take clips. And I need to download those or record them myself. But that was exactly what I would like. Is I would consider paying someone like monthly. Like, I don't know. Like, if I don't know what the amount, I can't spend thousands of $100. I would maybe $30 to $50 a month, depending on how often I stream. And it would be videos too. Like, they could take highlight, even clips, like comments within it for, you know, I have to figure out the requirements for YouTube shorts, but they would all you would have to do is watch the videos, find like highlight videos, like clips or funny moments, serious moments, or like sensational moments, like things that people would actually want to hear, like a good piece of information, or hot button moments, anything like you would see in typical shorts on YouTube that you see people do. I would be considering doing that, because the truth is I want to do shorts, but I don't watch my own videos. I mean, I do and I don't. It's like I do sometimes when I'm editing them, I see them too damn much. And that's part of the problem, is when I do I'll spend hours and hours watching my own face, and I don't want to watch my own face anymore, right? Listen, as much as people think that I might be egotistical, I don't like watching myself. like which is prototypical for most people. They don't just sit there and watch hours of themselves, even if there's gameplay involved. So I would be considering paying someone else $30, $50, watch the videos. All you have to do is, if the clip option's still there on YouTube, I don't know, but you can clip and then put the link in the Discord. I would make a special Discord channel for that individual, and I would, whatever Cash App, PayPal, whatever it is they're more comfortable with, and I would, pay them for that. I wouldn't make you do it for free. Starting slow, like $30, and the goal would be to try to do, a short a day or whatever, right? That would be the goal, or multiple shorts. If there's like really good, like if you're like, damn, this video has multiple funny moments or serious things, then, you would cover that, right? And I would post multiple shorts. I might even make a short channel if you did a good enough job. But that's just my brainstorming out there. Again, I don't want to say like, yeah, you're hired. I also don't want a bunch of people sending me a bunch of stuff and thinking, okay, give me money. No. I would have to like hire you. Though I don't know nothing about like contracts and whatnot. This would be like a gentleman's agreement or gentlewoman's agreement. And if I felt like, I'll be like, I'm pretty brutally honest. If I say like, hey, not a good month, take a break this month, the $30 got to go to bills or something, which I shouldn't have to do that. But just the worst case scenario, I'll tell someone ahead of time, or if like, hey, take it slow. Or if they did like 10, like you've done 10 shorts for me, I'll give you the $10, $1 a short, and then we'll call it, there. I can't do 20 more. Like it would have to be a gentleman's agreement, because when it comes to all that jazz, it's just going to have to be like, I'm not like, technically Mr. Gamer Counselor by the standards of taxes is a business, but this would be more of like not a business. I would be paying you just to pay you like you would pay someone to mow your lawn. I would not treat you like an employee. Like I would show you respect, but like you would not be. You'd be doing like freelance work. Like you're gonna go mow my lawn, right? I'm paying you to mow my front lawn. That's just my idea. So I don't know. You guys let me know. Does that sound reasonable? Like, I don't know, for like monetary and value, especially if it's someone that already watches my videos. That's where that's where my mindset is with this is you would want someone of editing skills. So it sounds like, no. I'm editing outsider. What you guys don't get. I mean, the editor should not expect something similar from what they can get from a large channel. Well, that's what you don't understand. What I'm talking about is YouTube has a clip. I'm doing the editing. The person that I would pay, you would literally watch the video, find the clips, like whatever the shorts, like there's a specific time limit that you can do, like length. you would spend your time like watching the video, you know, grabbing some clips, things that are sensational, things that are informational, things that are, you know, funny or whatever. If you've watched any shorts on YouTube, especially from, you know, other YouTubers who do what I do, you know, you kind of got an idea. You grab the clip. I will record the clip myself and then edit it and then upload it myself. But I believe I'll have to double check. I'm going to go to YouTube real quick. There was an option, I thought, to just edit. They may have taken that away. I'm going to choose some random person because it may be possible. Download. I don't know what's download. I'm going to click download. What's download do? Oh, you have to do stupid premium for it. Okay, so they may have removed the ability to clip. So you would just give me the time frame. You get me like say 2 minutes and 30 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That's you would tag in the Discord. You show the video. You'd give me the time slots. I would go in. I would record those time slots, and then I would do editing myself. You are literally just watching, give me timelines. I'd be paying you $30 for shorts to give me time slots, like timestamps. That's essentially what you'd be doing. That's what you would do. You wouldn't edit it. You would just watch the video and give me timestamps to make that's it. Because apparently you can't, there's no clipping options. I swear you could make clips. I want to go try to see if I can pull up my own, maybe because the people I looked at, you can't enable it. I'm going to look at my own video. Because I know my videos or streams have been enabled. Yeah, so I don't see the option to edit or to do clips. So I'm going to assume that it is no longer available. That sucks. Yeah. So just for people to make it simple, you would essentially just give me timestamps. I think they still have it, but you can't edit clips there. Are you mistaken from Twitch? No, it'd be YouTube. I don't want any Twitch stuff. I mean, I am streaming to Twitch, but it's like for multi-streaming purposes. It says nothing to do. No, if anything, you just give me timestamps and I'll record and edit everything myself. But that's just something that maybe I'll put in the Discord to see how people are, like, if anyone even wants to do that. I mean, if you were avidly watching my videos, the thought process is it should be an easy $30 a month if you can give me a bunch of, you know, times. You're not editing. You're literally watching and give me like let's see. Instead of me guessing, how long can a short be? How long can a YouTube short be? 2026. Up to 3 minutes long. Give me a minute to 3 minute shorts within the length of that. Yeah. Yeah, it has to be at least a minute to 3 minutes. That's my train of thought on that. Anyways, we've kind of been dilly-dallying around on this idea. Just something to put out there just to see if anyone's watching the VOD or... All right, so... The job scope, description, and the budget you have is reasonable. I mean, considering you aren't actually, editing. I'm recording and editing it. You're just watching the video and then give me timestamps. That's all. All right. Hold on, I had to try to find some shebangs. I have a bunch of tabs open. Okay, edit and paint. All right, this is fine. I'm currently working editing with a small YouTuber, so yeah, it's reasonable. Nice, good information. I'll put in Discord if I solidify anything. All right, moving on. We had a little chit chat. Now it's time to get in there because, like I said, I've got quite a bit to cover. The music is good, but it's too chill for right now. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I never fix the stream. I have to use the bathroom. So give me. I want to turn the music up for just a little bit. I got to use the restroom before we start because I'm probably going to be here for a couple of hours. Got to go. I almost forgot that I had mopped the floor in the hallway, and then I proceeded to run down said hallway after mopping it, and I almost slipped. I almost sent myself to the hospital. GG. Big brain. Biggest brain you'd ever seen. I'm trying to get the soundtrack that I want. This one's good. I like this. All right. Then comment of the day. I'm going to get back into that. I need to actually work on the channel stuff. I've been playing games too much this summer. I'm going to be honest. That sounds like a bad thing. It's not, but it is for the channel. When I play too many games offline and I'm not actually editing the stuff like I wanted to. Sounds like you were someone who's in need of a job first, since I already have mine. Yeah, I don't want to throw responsibility on anyone. Plus, I might just ask Pie Filler. Pie Filler was doing it for free for Crimson Desert, so I'll just ask. I might just ask if he wants, or they want to make $30. I don't know if Pie Filler comes on the stream anymore. They did for Crimson Desert quite frequently, but we'll see if I ask them. If not, it's no big deal. It's just I would like to try to do shorts. All right, let's start. Oh, hold on. Before I said this before, but let me delete all this. I'm going to delete all of these old videos to make room for in my hard drive. I don't know if I mentioned this update. Actually, let's just talk about it in here. Are you getting a new intro for videos? Maybe. We'll see. 9 out of 10 is probably going to be AI. Just to piss more people off, I guess. We'll see. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the counselor's office. I'm Mr. Gaming Counselor. I lost my sound. Cut. I just said a thought in my head mid-sentence. ADD. What's up, Sir Toast on Twitch? Oh, that's something I do need to fix. I need to fix being able to have chat on screen, especially on Twitch. YouTube says hi, Sir Toast. Good to see you. And Operation Unknown the other day. All right, yeah, brain fart. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the counselor's office. I'm Mr. Gaming Counselor, Scholars. Some of you really like that, like you say it in the chat. Scholars. Let's do this. Scholars. Oh, Jesus. Scholars. There he is. Scholars. There you go. Just for you. You get a little zing to the zang for you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We're live. Jack Black. What's up? Jack Black impersonator. No. Right now I'm acting as Luke Smith. I'm Luke Smith's body double. That's me right now. Jack Black. I'm actually losing weight. I'm gonna lose a job, unfortunately. I'm gonna be losing a job. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we're live and we're continuing on the Marathon Chronicles. But before we do, a couple videos ago, I had asked you guys to spread out the video, and we got a lot more views on my Halo Brutally Honest review. Thank you for the love and support on that. Really appreciate you guys. We'll see what the next one is. I wanted to do Power World. I ultimately chose to do Halo. We'll see how that goes. Also, as an update for people who saw me rage about FedEx a couple videos ago, both sellers are not only sending me the products, the solid state drive and the couch I ordered. I'm getting those again, but they're putting where it requires signatures so that those lazy bastards can't drop it off some random house that I don't even know where it's at. Hoorah! I'm excited. I hope you are. Let's get into today's video. But before we do, we have a comment of the day. I love, by the way, the video that was this comment was the Bungie is hard censoring Marathon chat and the community is crumbling. This junkies on opiates. This junkies? You mean I can't. This junkies. Who's the junkies? Like it's this junkie? Like you meant to say E, junkie, this junkie, not E. Junkies means there's multiple people, and then this implies a target individual versus these. If you're saying these junkies, you would say these junkies are on opioids. If you're talking about an individual, you would say this junkie is on opioids. If you're going to try to insult someone, please don't look like a dumbass in the comment section. At least try to be original. Holy crap. Also, I still didn't even know what opiates is. I thought it was opioids, but opiates apparently are like something to help you sleep. I sleep. Like if there's something about me that is inherently true, I can fall asleep anywhere. All through high school, I literally fell asleep on the subway table. Like I would just, and people would take pictures. I would sit there and be sleeping. There could be a tornado or a hurricane or an earthquake and my ass is asleep. So I'm the last person to sit there and say I take opiates or whatever it is to help me sleep. My ass is going to sleep whether you like it or not. Anyways, thank you for that. It's always these beautiful people. Sir Toast, dude, you look good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you lose weight? I've lost 10 pounds. We're slowly losing weight. So I appreciate that. Today, it feels like, we're going to talk a lot about Marathon this week, but we're also going to talk about Halo because it's only fair that we look at the criticism towards Halo. And I like Halo, but we're going to be fair. Not only that, we have other videos to cover as well. Marathon's empty dance room meme divides players amid low Steam numbers. I want to say I've not seen someone get roasted a community get roasted so damn hard. So we have Marathon GG, a bot account, by the way, a Marabot account. Marathon haters showing Steam charts. It's always the Steam charts. These people care more about Steam charts than the people who are sharing them. If the Steam charts don't matter, I don't understand why these people are so fixated on what people are posting. Instead of enjoying the game, they're upset about people posting Steam charts about said game. Meanwhile, the Marathon community. Honestly, a couple people dancing alone in a room is pretty accurate. You are right. Meanwhile... Hey, guys, but don't forget, at least they have high retention. They have the 2 dudes alone dedicated to dancing in that room, right? If there isn't a perfect example of what retention means to Marathon, it's this meme right here. Unironically, Marathon GG perfectly explained what retention actually looks like for Marathon. Yes. You've got some dedicated people in the room that are constantly playing Marathon, but there is very few of them. Very, very few. And they're desperately trying to, make the room feel like it's bigger than what it really is. Like, there's a lot more people. Well. Anyways, let's see. I'm interested to see what the comment section for this is. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. I'm not going to hate that because that's me with Halo 4 and also with Halo Campaign Evolved. As long as you're having fun. I know I'm in the minority, so, I'm not even going to hate Marathon GG. I'm not going to hate them for that comment. I'm all for players enjoying games they love, and it's ultimately what I hate about how temporary live service games are. Just enjoy it while you guys can, because it's not long for this world. He's not wrong. Bro's not wrong. Couldn't have said it better ourselves. Okay. You know what? Salute Marathon GG. Salute Marathon GG for, at least being a good sport about it. People, we call the... Why? That, like, there's crossing, like, just keep the racist bullshit somewhere else. More people like this tweet than play the game. No shot. Oh my God. That's funny. That's fucking funny. All right, let's see what the quote teats are. Teats? I mean, the joke makes itself. There's only 5 people dancing in the clip. This whole pretending there are no problems problems, things that Marathon fans do is so pathetic. These people claim to love the game, but seem unbothered by the idea that they probably won't be able to play it at some point in the future, because they're living in delusion. That's why. I wonder how long it's going to take them to go from denial to it was actually the chuds that made the game fail stage. Brother, they are already there. They've already been prepping the blame on Astacross. Surprisingly, I've seen more blame go to Astacross than Asmongold, even because Asmongold has more reach than Astacross does. Sony right now. I wish I had the same level of delusion. There it is. Two guys dancing in an empty room seems about right. Accurate, because that room is pretty empty. Just email them, bro. Lightbearer. Oh my God. How the two remaining Marathon players are moving. Damn. Oh my God. This is why we react to stuff like this, because it's so it's good. It's great. It's great. Anyways, funny enough, you can have more fun reacting to stuff about the game than you do playing the game. And as someone who's played the game, both the alpha, the beta, and the free week, I can say that with certainty. I can say that. Now, we've got this clip by Astacross, of course. Sony, when Sony says it's brought in new players and their retention is good, based on what? Let's see what Astacross has to say about this statement, because this was the biggest cope from the Marathon community. Is Sony said we got a lot of retention. Meanwhile, you notice that they separated the two games that actually they said was causing a lot of cash flow, and they put Marathon in its own bracket where they just said it has high retention. It said nothing about profitability, gave zero numbers, and yeah, that speaks louder than it's got good retention.
What are we looking like today, guys? It's Sunday. It's a gaming day. People gaming right now, right? What's Marathon looking like? It's not good, boys. That's not good. So when Sony says it's brought in new players and the retention is good, based on what? Like, look, man, this is not me attacking Marathon, because Marathon people always come out like, oh my God, he's doing it again. I'm genuinely asking, like, what numbers are we looking at? Whereas if I pulled up Destiny 2's, and look, this is Destiny 2 with no future. I mean, like, if you're playing Destiny 2 right now, you're playing it for the love of the game.
Listen, I've seen a lot of content creators out there saying they're done with Destiny or they're going to move on, yada, yada. If you've never played Destiny or you love Destiny, it is the perfect time to play, because you can take your time to farm out everything. Now, there's certain aspects, like probably PvP, you're going to want to farm that sooner rather than later, because all that's going to be left is probably hard cheaters floating around the map. You probably want to do that farm first, because you're going to have issues when it comes to raids and, things that you can solo, which 90% of the game you can solo. The only thing you're going to not be able to solo is like Pantheon and like certain, raids. You're not going to solo any raid, but you know what I mean? Those are things you probably want to farm out now. Get the raid armor and the weapons and all that jazz. Dungeons you can farm solo. It gives you something to do. In general, the game is the best it's ever been, and you can continue to play it until they shut the servers off, like they did, like if they do like Anthem did, like BioShock did with Anthem. There's a lot of content creators that are like, this is the last Iron Banner. For them, probably, you could probably get a couple months, probably finish up the rest of the year. There's people that are still playing Destiny 1 PvP. Like, it'll take you a minute, but you can load it to Crucible. Like, you can do it, right? But you definitely want to probably farm. The point being here is that even with this game and the service, it has more retention and players than Marathon. Like, it has both. It has players, population, and retention, and people are more likely to spend money on the game, even though I wouldn't recommend it. There's more going on. Plus, how is Marathon still breathing? Ego. Sony is too prideful bezooted, they're too prideful. If they shut down Marathon, it will look bad on them, especially since they spent $3.6 billion on Bungie. Right now, they're trying to do the damnedest to paint Marathon as not a failure. Going as far as they're holding on to it has high retention and some new players. And you know what? The thing about that people don't realize is that most shareholders, especially in video games, don't play these games and know nothing about them. So they're like, oh, that sounds good. People still play the game, look good. Like, all they care about is money. Shareholders only care about money. They shut down the wrong game. I agree, Bazooted. They did shut down the wrong game, but it is what it is. Let's continue with the little clip.
My man, there's no updates. There ain't nothing happening no more. Ain't got shit. Bugs don't even get fixed half the time. What we have is what we got forever. What numbers are you looking at, Sony? Sony, what numbers
are the numbers in the room with us
looking at? So
that clip, obviously has made its rounds, and it opens up the conversation. Because what you're seeing, Corpo agreed, exactly. What you're seeing now is that you have these Merabots, these, delusional people are now trying to fight this narrative. They're leeching on to retention. They are desperately trying to, because the problem is that the Merabots have had zero ammunition. They've had no argument. They've had no way of countering or being able to prove people wrong. They live in a delusion. They don't live in reality like most people. So they're desperately trying to find something. And so they're holding on to this retention thing, and they don't even know what retention actually means and how it actually applies in the business side of things. And so there's a lot of misunderstanding. And so we got several comments before we really dive into it. Before we dive into it, I want to say another one. That's right. We've got another one, chat. We've got another Merabot, a March Andy account. Vessel of Tau Ceti. So I may have gotten declined as a Marathon creator, but Bungie gave me a Marathon Deluxe key. There's another one. Another Merabot account that was denied being a Marathon creator. Shout out to a new follower saying go chicken wing over on, I'm assuming on Twitch. Thank you for following on Twitch. I find it actually hilarious because this is a pattern. These Merabot accounts are not getting the ability to become Marathon creators. Even Bungie doesn't want their delusions. Even Bungie recognizes there's something wrong with these people. They're like, we're good. We don't want that. Please, no, we can't. We're not doing that. No. If Bungie doesn't want you, that says a hell of a lot. But I just want you we see these accounts all the time. We cover these accounts all the time. And I want you guys to see the reality that even Bungie doesn't want these people. Even Bungie rejects these people. They don't want these people to represent them. Keep that in mind. Anytime we see these Merabot accounts, remember, even Bungie rejects them. So I just wanted to, cover that because that one's mwah. So let's see. We are already seeing people lose their damn mind about this. It's almost as if Steam charts do I have that? No. Here, okay. I want to say that this is another Merabot account. This person, I think, has some kind of mental ill. They're mentally ill. They need to be, put hospitalized. They need some kind of assistance. New subscriber, Bazooted. Thank you, Bazooted. Woo! Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you. Thank you. It's kind of nice to actually see that. So Sky Casino, we've seen them a lot. Absolute weirdo, mental illness, the whole shebang. It's almost as Steam charts don't really mean shit. Retention cannot be measured by Steam charts since it's about who sticks around, not how many play at once. This is partially true. Steam charts have actually made y'all so fucking dumb. Retention. First off, Steam charts give you the trend. If it's a Saturday and everyone is able to play, like let's say there are specific moments, like we'll say Power World. Power World has been pretty consistent. I'm just curious. Power World, has seen a dip, but let's just see. Let's just do the month, right? It's been pretty consistent for Steam, pretty consistent numbers. And if we look at what was it? Today is Wednesday. I'm trying to think of Sunday. The weekend, more people are going to be on during the weekend. More people are going to be playing at a specific timeline. And by the way, this is across the world. Power World rocks. It's an amazing game. It's a game that actually people wanted versus, Marathon. So that's why we're looking at it. This is showing you global at dip, from east to west. When America's asleep, the rest of the world is still playing Power World. Whenever the other part of the world's asleep, guess who's still playing? The Americas, the West. So this is a perfect example when you have a game that is popular. It has high retention, which it does. If you look at it, it's pretty good retention for from July to August. It's pretty good. It's dipped, but it's doing pretty damn good for a single player game, not even a live service game. But if we look at Marathon, we look for the past 3 months. It did not have good retention at all. Its retention is about 5K. This shows you a trend line. It doesn't show you the full amount of people playing per day, but it shows you the trend line, the peak. If you were to give a specific pop player ain't about corpo greed, exactly. It shows a trend line. This data is not the whole picture, but it gives you a trend line. We know several key informations. 1, 70% play PC. Unlike, Destiny, where we have to use popularity report to see console numbers, more people playing console than PC. Marathon, multiple sources, Jason Schreier, Paul Tassi from Bungie, 70% play PC for Marathon. That's a massive part of the pie. We know that Marathon has sold 1.5 million sales of recent. 1.5 million. 70% of that is PC. At one point in time, let's say 30%, let's just give an estimate, 1 million people. You're telling me that about 1 million people who play PC, and you're telling me at one point in time, only 5,000 are playing? If we're talking about the West and we're talking about the gaming hours where most people are on a weekend, and you're telling me 1 million people bought the game, but only 5,000 at one time are playing? Come on, bro. Again, that's the reality. You can't say that. You can't say that 1 million people are on and off. Maybe they could cycle in and out. Those numbers go up and down. But this gives you a trend line that less people are indeed playing. Less people are playing, less people are going. And just to throw this out there, queue times, even in their own chat or their Reddit, the Marathon community is complaining about the queue times and how long it takes to find matches. Guess what happens when that happens? It's caused by that because of the lack of players. So people are coping that they think the retention does not equal population. AAA studio, barely 10K players on platforms. Yeah, like that. This is important, you know, to talk about. Retention does not equal population. Retention does not equal financial stability. Retention does not equal financial success alone. In a pocket, it does not mean anything. You need a high population with a high retention that then is also buying into your product, which Marathon is a bad example because unfortunately Destiny has high population and it had high retention and it had an egregious amount of MTX. You had to buy multiple expansions. There's multiple cosmetics. If there's something I want to praise Bungie with, they actually did what people wanted for Destiny, but they did it in Marathon instead. Everything updates are free. The MTX is light. From a player standpoint, that's everything people wanted for Destiny. But from a business standpoint, that's not going to make you any freaking money whatsoever. People who are high returners for the game are playing a game that is getting free updates. They've already spent $40. Sure, some of them are probably buying MTX, but there's not a lot of it. I've literally seen the store. There's not a lot of it. So once you bought the game, you bought a couple MTX, there's no other cash flow. So retention doesn't mean equal profit, especially if people decide not to buy MTX. We're assuming that the small population of people that are retained are also buying exorbitant amounts of MTX, which some might, but not all are. And if people bought a game, if 1.5 million people bought the game and only let's say 200K are returners, and then maybe 100K are dedicated or less. It's probably less than 100K that are actually constantly playing. If you don't have all of them buying MTX, $20 skins and all that jazz, you're not making a profit. You are burning more cash to support your studio, to support, updates. You're spending more money than you're receiving. The cash flow is not the same. Destiny had the perfect business model in regard to, financials. There's so many options for them to make money. It's just that the consumer hated it. Bungie's making Marathon consumer friendly, which is kind of a shame. It was wasted on that game because now no one's spending money on it. So that's what people need to understand about economics. Like, it's crazy that these people didn't take a basic high school economics class. Watching Cross spiral into grifting is hilarious. I cannot lie, but it will be sad when he pivots to politics. It will be sad when you pivot to your local McDonald's. Don't worry, you'll be seeing the rest of the Bungie crew there. It's okay, Craig. You are a washed analyst, but hey, maybe you'll be lucky enough, since you're washed, you can be able to wash other people's cars at the local car wash. You can do that. I believe you're good at smearing shit on windows. So go ahead and continue that. I think most people already shared their thoughts on the charts, but a thought just struck me. What about the difference between session lengths? The time that a potential player spends in Destiny versus Marathon. Once logged in, it influences the potential size of the player base. That's true. I guarantee more people spend longer sessions playing Destiny than they are playing Marathon. I generally stopped caring about Cross because his entire personality now is being toxic about Marathon. It's gotten extremely old. Nah, baby, we love it. We love to see this. There's a reason why he's successful and why you're not. Destiny shields are truly the stupidest form of humans, and you guys are coping. Marathon and all the little Sony bootlickers can't seem to grasp their game will be dead within months. As Blue said, what numbers are Sony looking at with the latest? By the way, I love that people are licking the boots of Sony, thinking that they would never lie. The big corpo would never lie or be deceptive or do any kind of tactics. Never. Okay, so then why did Sony not give a hard earnings? That was the earnings report. Where's the earnings? How much did Marathon make? pretty interesting to leave that information omitted from the report. Just saying. By the way, to continue on, I just want you to guys know, these people are so insecure about their game that not only will they post once, they will post multiple times about Steam charts. Here's another example of someone having a mental breakdown. Steam charts don't equal retention. Yeah, and retention doesn't equal profit or population. You learn something new. You come here from stupid town. They're so mad. They're so mad. Even if that's the case, if Destiny wasn't profitable, what makes this profitable? Bungie is going to die with this game. Cost to develop is lower than Marathon. What big corpo lies? No, they never do that. No way. I know, right, Zolf? The rumor floating around is that Marathon costs $250 million to make, which is very fair considering even Jason Schreier has said that. Though Jason Schreier is kind of in hot water, we're going to react to him. He's in hot water, but most people agree in the industry that 250 million is about right for a game this size. Rumors floating. There's no way in hell even comes remotely close to breaking even on base game sales, even factoring in which we know it only sold $1.5 million worth, which is not even close to the what they need, right? It's not even close. 1.5 million is not even close to breaking even. Even factoring microtransactions, the current player counts just aren't there to support that revenue. D12 was estimated to cost 500 million to make, and that franchise was very successful in terms of player retention, player counts, and silver sales, and even that wasn't profitable. I don't see a world where Marathon is more profitable, even with lower production cost. I mean, again, this is assuming that the $250 million production cost rumor is true, but again, Sony won't invest all that money to abandon it months later because of lackluster player counts. They'll continue to support it until it drags them down, but who knows? And I think that's an important thing to point out. Remember Forsaken. Forsaken was around the time where, costs were much lower than they are now. They didn't have a bunch of expansions already attached to Destiny 2. And yet, they didn't make sales. Activision, it did not meet Activision's desire, their headspace of how much money Bungie should make. It was a failure. Even Forsaken, which was a success by the standards of its community, by the standards of the player, the consumer, by the business side of things, it was not successful. And that matters because fast forward, here we are where the game that most people liked is now end of service. So if you are a Marathon fan, you should give a shit because your game is going the direction where it will be at end of service there eventually. That's where it's heading. Whether you like it or not, this is reality. Because if Destiny couldn't do it in its earlier stages where it was highly popular, 300 million people playing, even on console, multiple sales, and yet that wasn't enough to meet expectations, you think Sony is going to be okay with this paltry, they spent $3.6 billion on Bungie? You think the paltry numbers that Marathon's getting now, you think that's going to be sufficient? No. But, sometimes reality has to hit the hard way. But as you can see, these people are having mental breakdowns. They cannot stop talking about the Steam charts. They can't start talking. They're desperate to try to convince you otherwise. And I love this. I love how people will insert themselves into the conversation, especially when no one's talking. Marathon's not even in the conversation for like a good game. And here, let's just watch what this clip is about.
Like, I want you to really look at other games in 2026 and try to tell me that Marvel is not the best game out right now. There is no better game out than Marvel Rivals right now.
So I'm going to leave that statement there. I actually need to start playing again. I really did like Marvel Rivals, but I'm probably ass. I was doing really good when I was playing as Iron Man. I was getting into competitive or ranking. Probably ass now. But it's only because he sucks at Marathon, but we already knew that. I just this is just a point that people will say if you don't like a game or you don't think Marathon's good, it's not because Marathon's a bad game. It's because you're not good at the game. I'm here to tell you that Marathon doesn't take real skill. If you want a real hardcore game outside of solos will kick your ass. If you're playing trios, it's literally hand-holdy, and it's only going to get more hand-holdy. Like, it's going to get more hand-holdy than Arc Raiders. Play Tarkov. That's the real man's hardcore extraction shooter. Yeah, Zolfa. Yeah, I don't play Marvel Rivals. I did try it, and yeah, Marvel Rivals amongst the best currently, or at least should be the bar. Let's see, how are they doing? Marvel Rivals. They've been around for a while. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. You know, for a live service, and this is just PC, pretty damn good. I mean, it's probably doing better Arc Raiders too, right? Arc Raiders has kind of been, you know, Arc Raiders still kicking Marathon's ass, but even they're going down. They really need to bring something in. I think October is supposed to be their update. Yeah, they said we're gonna stop doing mini updates because it has not been doing justice. But clips like moments like these are funny because people like this will say you don't like it or people aren't liking Marathon because it's a skill issue. Let me tell you, nothing will make people not like you, not listen to you, and not give a shit about and hate your game more than to put them down by saying that it's a skill issue. The only skill issue here is that Bungie made Marathon. That they couldn't make a good game. That they couldn't make a game that could compete in the market. That's the skill issue right here. The only skill issue is coming from Bungie. Again, another example. The best part about the tweet is how I was shit talking Sony, and of course the little Marathon gremlins took it personally. That is the Marathon Twitter community for you. I don't hate Marathon. I hate y'all because y'all are just dumb as fuck. Based. We literally make a lot of videos, not necessarily shitting on Marathon, but we shit on the community of Marathon, or at least the Marabots, because they're the clowns in the circus. I actively feel bad for average Joes who like Marathon, the normal people, the people that are just enjoying the game. I actively feel bad for them because they're stuck in the crosshairs. Not only that, but they're also the ones that are being cannibalized by their own community. People like this bully their own community, bully the average Joes. Like, these people are absolute cancer to their own community, which is why we make fun of them. This dude is hilarious. Entire personalities trying to bait Marathon players and getting shit on. And it works! He's not trying. He's not trying. He is. He baited you. And you can't even say, imagine. There's stupid people on all fronts. The beauty of internet. Bro, like, you cannot unironically talk about someone else and saying their personality is shitting on something when your personality is getting triggered about Steam charts. You spend more time reacting and hate watching these dudes and me than you do actually enjoying the game. I have to do this for science. Old Craig, the washed analyst. How many times are you actually positively talking about? How are you talking? Like, how many times? Okay, that's not positive. That's a retweet. This is a retweet. This is not even positive. Not positive. Sure, this is more positive than anything he said so far. Not positive. Do you see a trend here? Because I see random shit, but anytime it's mostly, okay, this one's a retweet. Retweet. Okay, this one's more positive. Negative. You see a trend here? Most of the posts outside of retweets are just this guy commenting about what other people are reacting about Marathon. This guy should spend more time talking about the game he likes and talking about the positives, but instead they spend more time on the negatives. I'm seeing, if you're looking at the ratio of positive to negative, this guy's personality is covering the negative as someone who likes the game. Listen, we all have different things that, you know, you could say you're a masochist about, like video games wise. Like some people really like, you know, doing hardcore, like games where you die, you know, once you die, you have to restart. And people like that. They're masochists. You just like having your balls kicked by the gaming community. I've never seen someone openly allow themselves to have their balls kicked, but you literally put your whatever small amount of balls you have now because they've been kicked the shit out of. It's crazy. Like, you don't have to have your balls kicked. Marathon haters are so out of their mind that they have main character syndrome and think they can sue Sony for lying. It's obvious this guy is just bullshitting the bullshit. It's crazy that you actually believe, like, what was the conversation? Love Sony keeps lying about performance in Marathon after shooting Destiny in the fucking head. If they're lying, then you can easily sue them. I plan on it. It's obviously didn't really fucking mean it. You do realize that even if you're right, you lose immediately. Bro, I'm not actually suing fucking Sony Incorporated. Y'all are off your rocker. Exactly. These people do not have the intelligence to actually critically think. We've got Shane, but they called the Destiny community toxic and laughed at us. Boy, have the tables turned. Oh, don't worry, Shane. We've got some real toxic community from Bungie from Marathon here in a minute. This isn't even it. He also thinks people should be free to slur at players. Yes, ban players over bad words and being mean. You have enough Marathon players to spare. So people should be able to slur at me? Yes. I think you should be able to slur in video games. Absolutely. Not because I agree with it, because freedom of speech, bitch. If I could go to a local restaurant and have some guy side-eye me and say some heinous shit to me, and I can side-eye them and call them a baby back bitch, and we can have a verbal argument like man-childs, I should be able to do it in video games too. By the way, that's never happened to me, but I have been called some heinous shit. And you know what? Freedom of speech. Listen, I don't give a shit. I want video games to be just as free of speech as America. I don't want us to become the next Palestine, next UK. Those are shitholes. And when I mean shitholes, I mean their government is shitholes. Sorry, UK people and Palestinians. You're lovely people, but your government sucks ass. I want freedom of speech. We don't need policing. Let people say what the fuck they want, except for, threatening and murder and, talking about PDF and rape and stuff like that. Like serious topics, threatening to bomb, stuff like that. That shit should definitely be censored. But people saying hate, you know what? If someone's being a hater and saying some vile shit, you should have the right to say some vile shit back to them. Not that I would. There's an ability to just hit the mute button, but that's where I stand. Video games should not be censored, and that's where I stand. Freedom of speech all the way, baby. I don't give a shit about whatever country says what, right? I don't care. This is something that has come up multiple times, and the only reason I have Craig... Damn. You know what? Old Craig pops up. Do you know why I know Old Craig? Old Craig, I know that Old Craig never says anything positive, is because anytime I'm looking through the community, Old Craig says constant shit like that. He is always being negative and upset about what other people say or think about Marathon. And by the way, I'm frustrated and upset about what people are saying about Halo Combat Evolved, but my ass ain't every day talking about it and defending it. Listen, I've said my piece in my brutally honest review, and we might react to some videos, but damn, I am a model representation of how normal people react, and then they move on. I've moved on. But this is just a topic I'd like to talk about for a minute. Treating art like a product is exactly what's wrong with gamers. Treating video games as an art first and not a consumable product that is fun is the problem with games. And the problem with modern gamers like this guy. And why I hope that this game fails, and I hope that these people fuck off. That's what I think. I don't give a shit about art. Is there art in video games? Absolutely. But the problem is that you have developers focused on the art aspect first and not about the product that consumers buy to consume. Not just to mindlessly consume, but they consume it to have the fun aspect. If you're more focused about the art of what bullshit you want to put into a game versus what people want to consume, the fun aspect, I don't give a shit how good looking a fucking game looks. If it's not fun, your art is dog shit. And that's Marathon. I don't give a shit about your poof poof art. If you want art, go to a fucking museum. Go do that. You cannot complain about consumers criticizing a game for being a product when that is the whole point of the business. Video game companies do not make games just to be art. Their goal is to sell, to make a product for people to consume. It is literally some low-key, stupid ass shit when people are talking about they're treating a video game like it's purely art when it is a product that we consume. You can make art, you could say food can be treated as art, but let me tell you, you could have someone try to make a beautiful omelet. No one gives a shit, dude. I just want to eat my fucking omelet. I want to enjoy it. I want to consume the product. Give me my omelet. I don't give a shit about it being pretty. Downplaying commercial realities is how LS games end up being with empty servers in US. Noticing the ARC scandal, the delays, the director departure, and low player count is criticism and worry of documented problems, not rooting for failure. It's simple. If you like the game, stop perpetuating the same tiring whining about players counts and a year-old scandal. Give feedback on a game. See, no. What are you talking about? Stop perpetuating the same tiring... Bro, stop. How can you say this if you are whining about people talking about it? By the way, this person's goal is to moderate and censor, and they don't want to see you talking about the game in a negative light. What they're saying is, do not talk about the game. Do not criticize it. Don't talk about how nothing. They want you to go away. They don't actually give a shit about you giving criticism. They just don't want to see it. The early criticism for Marathon are coming from a place of passionate people of the genre. It became the BCO's Bungie keep forcing their audience to eat shit and say it was chocolate. Exactly. Shane, exactly. Don't want to play no BS with pretty looks. They have lost their game. Yeah, there have been several games that were scams that look good because they were Unreal Engine, but they were dog shit. Just because something looks good, you can put sprinkles on dog shit, but it's still dog shit. That's the reality. You could put sprinkles on it, and it's still dog shit. Just seeing if there was anything I'd miss. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers this video. Let me know in the comments down below what you think. And as always, I'll see you guys in the next one. As always, game out. Huzzah. All right. Like I said, we do have we have something from the Marathon community. We got some real toxic levels. Yeah, Vampire Survivor and a Day Before is a good example. I don't know about Vampire Survivor, but a Day Before, that one, that was the scam game, right? That they made it look good and it was just a scam. I'm just going to shut down all of these tabs real quick. I have like 3 other sets of browsers full of tabs. So let me get situated real quick. We also have a bunch of videos. We actually might watch a video or two, but this one, I do want to get this. This has a lot of tabs. This is fun. This is funny, chat. When we talk about the community, like literally devouring itself, oh, this one takes the cake. This one takes the cake. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can find the comment of the day for this video. I have to go. Let's go look at the recent video to see if we got anything. I like this one. Let's do this one. I like this one. This one's good. All right. We got a good one. Let me get a drink real quick. I might have to get another thing. That was the last of my energy drink. I might have to give me some water. Lady in the water. Unfortunately, I don't have any cold water, which really pisses me off. My ice machine keeps breaking. I unplug it and the defrost is good to go. All right, let's start up chat. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the counselor's office. I'm Mr. Gaming Counselor, the counselor that encourages you to critical think and not to be, a slave to corpo greed. That's right. Don't be a doormat for those gaming companies. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to try to focus on the video today because I do yap a lot with these intros. So let's just jump into it. Again, we are going to talk about some more marathon because there's more marathon news, but specifically today, we are talking about Marathon's own community, literally being one of the most toxic gaming communities. Now, I'm sure like League of Legends has their own, but when it comes to like Bungie, they foster some of the most toxic communities, and boy, Marathon is more toxic than Destiny. It is crazy to watch even Marathon's own community consume itself. We're going to jump into it. But first, let's see what we got here. We've got this comment by the Rage Quit Cannon over the video that says this video triggered the Marathon community, which it did. We'll have to look at some of those comments from that video because there was already some people that were triggered in the comment section. But I wanted to try to do a more positive one. When I say positive, something that wasn't just me making fun of someone. Marathon wouldn't have needed a fan revival event if it wasn't dead. I mean, isn't that true? Which, by the way, wasn't the revival canceled? Apparently, it was like banned or something. It was removed from the thread. I don't know the details, but someone had said something about it being banned. But yeah, it's crazy. How is something that is not dead needing a revival, especially since it's only a couple of months old? These are questions that we'll never know. We'll never figure it out. But there you go. Thank you for that comment of the day, the Rage Quit Canyon. I'm going to try to give more people outside of just like the weirdos the time to shine. I want to give normal people checking out the channel their moment. So I appreciate you. Mida sponsor kit. Now, usually we cover over the unhinged people of the Marathon community. Usually, they're getting mad at other people who don't like Marathon. In this case, we're going to cover a story that has fans of Marathon going at war with other fans of Marathon. It is crazy. It is absolutely crazy, this story. I just was randomly scrolling through Twitter and I went down the rabbit hole, man. I'm like, okay, this is not blowing up like some other things. And no one that I've seen is doing reacts on it. Your boy's going to react to it though. Oh my God. So we have Mida sponsor kit. This person, I don't know, I just want to double check the United States. So they're from the United States. Okay. Oh, they just updated their thing. This is a person that makes memes and they obviously, you could tell they're into marathon, right? They're the marathon bro or dudette. They're into it, even naming their whole account. And go figure, this account was made in April 2025. Oh, sorry, 2025. I thought it was 2026. Sorry. So this is not even like they probably changed their name. Yes, 6 usernames changed last on May 2026. So yes, so they changed their name for Marathon. It's been around for a year, right? Yeah, so 6 usernames. It won't let me see what their previous usernames are. But anyways, this person changed it. They're all for in May. They're all for Marathon. It is what it is, Scooby-Doo, right? Why are we talking about this account and this individual? Well, because not only do they post memes, but they also post AI images. Listen, before we start, I use AI. In fact, my thumbnails are usually AI, except I use them as supplemental. I'll edit in Photoshop, and then I'll upload it to the AI, and I'll put a prompt saying, clean up the image for YouTube. And it will, round out the edges. It'll do all the fancy shit that I eventually need to learn myself. But that's it. I'll still do most of the work for the thing. It just makes it look prettier, right? And I think that is a good way to use AI. It's supplemental versus being the main thing generating it. Listen, I'm okay with the use of AI and moderation. And I do think that in tech companies and bigger situations, I do think AI should be moderated. And even in school and education, they're pushing for AI usage. I don't like that. Personally, kids should be taught by AI. The whole point of education is to be taught by a human being, not to have AI teach the teacher to teach. Because then what's the point of the teacher? So there are aspects where I'm against AI, or I think it needs to be moderated. But general, like stuff like this, memes and shit, like, who cares? Until they put a data center in your neighborhood, and then you care, right? But for general stuff like this, it's whatever. We have our local Maribot weirdo who probably belongs in a padded room. So wipe me down. Sorry. Fuck. I have to restart the video. I got the wrong person pulled up. Fuck, chat. I messed up. This is the normal person. This is not the person. I had to restart the video. Fuck. Okay, I'm glad I caught that, because the person we should have been looking at is Wipe Me Down, not Mida. Fuck, dude. Okay. This is the account. This is the dude that we're supposed to react to. Not Mida. Mida is the person that... Okay, there we go. I was like, wait a minute, something's not right here. Okay, so they're from Vietnam. Okay, this changes the video. Oh my God. By the way, you get to see me mess up in real time, chat. You're welcome. Tell me I didn't get rid of I got rid of the comment of the day, damn it. Fuck! Good thing I still have it pulled up. Fuck you. Professional, by the way. Some things you just don't see me when I fuck up like this. This happens quite a bit. All right, that means the intro is going to be turbo ass through here in a minute. Scholars, welcome back to the counselor's office. Totally not doing this for the second time. Welcome to the counselor. I'm Mr. Gaming Counselor. Yeah, we totally just recorded a video, got 6 minutes in and realized the person I was talking about was the wrong person. And it kind of, for the sake of the video that we're doing, I want to make sure I cover the right thing. So we're restarting for your beautiful faces. You're welcome. You'll never know, except for the people that are live watching it and they know that I done effed up.
What am I supposed to do for you?
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back with some more marathon. Before we do, I'm fast tracking the video just to catch up because I'm already a little flustered. We've got a comment of the day. This one is based on the video we did. The video triggered the marathon community, and boy, did it trigger people. We'll have to cover that in another video, some of those comments. But I wanted to do one that's kind of like more like not necessarily for me pointing out, making fun of someone, but just to give some credit to people that are coming by, and you know, I want to give their moment, right? So we got the Rage Quit Cannon. Marathon wouldn't have needed a fan revival if it wasn't dead. And that's a good point. How can something need a revival if it's not dead? Right? It's like, what do you think about that, kid? The proof, like, is it dead? Is it not dead? I don't know. Maybe it is dead, right? Anyways, I think I fast-tracked that. I'm just rushing through this. Today we're talking about Marathon. Yes, we're Marathon, but this time we're not reacting necessarily to the weirdos of Marathon. We are reacting to its own community cannibalizing itself. We're gonna watch, or sorry, you guys are gonna watch us go down this rabbit hole that I found randomly going through Twitter. And I haven't seen a lot of people talk about this or anyone else react to this, but it is fascinating. So we have Wipe Me Down. This is the correct person, by the way. I was looking at someone else's profile that's part of the conversation, but not the right person. This person, I don't know who WMD is. I don't know who any of these people are. Just that they're in the Marathon community. This person's from Vietnam. Obviously, they like to... Okay. This person likes to post memes. From what I've seen, they post memes, but they post AI memes. Now, I'm not going to go into the tangent that I did in the other video that I didn't, fail to record correctly. We're just going to jump in and just say that I'm okay with AI used in moderation. I'll use it in my thumbnails. I'll use Photoshop, and then I'll use AI to, clean it up for YouTube. So I'm okay using it in moderation. I think AI should be moderated. Yada yada, but this guy triggered, and I mean, I have not seen people get so damn triggered about AI. It is funny. It's funny seeing the Marathon community get triggered by AI, and the ironic part is because they don't like AI, which supposedly steals other people's art, when Bungie themselves stole other people's art. It's ironic. It's like, hey, I'd rather use AI because at least they inspire the stuff versus straight up, taking someone else's art. But we have Wipe Me Down, which is the center of the drama. That's right. So this guy posting Wipe Me Down, posting this image, right? Thank you, Lee, for the artwork. I don't know what this symbol means. Like, and I've seen disgusting brain rotted sack. Get the fuck out of our community. Hyperbora is on Tau Ceti. What did you mean by this? As much as I like shit posting, nah, that ain't it. Yo, Marathon, quick little bonk on the head for this fella, I think. So people are pissed off, and we're gonna look at something else, and we're gonna look at the reason why people are pissed off in a minute. But as you can see, post your local Nazi. You've never punched anything but your drywall, little bro. Actually, I've gotten into multiple physical fights in the past. Hitting your mom doesn't count. Oh shit. And there's no response. They have no response to that. That is the funniest shit. I've gotten to multiple fistfights before. Your mom doesn't count. By the way, these are all Marathon community people. This is just the Marathon. We're looking at them in their natural habitat in Twitter. This is the Marathon community. So I'm curious. Let's look. I just want to know. Can I? It won't even let me share it. So for some reason, there was something else. Rules against abuse may violate rules against abuse. And I think it's down the line. All right, so we're gonna fast track. So here we go. The marathon AI images going off mask as a Nazi's an interesting turn, but I can't say I'm surprised. I watched him change his profile to my art, then straight back to his Nazi shit. Okay, so this is apparently his Nazi shit. This person literally threatened to dox me over a meme. By the way, I'm crying. I'm sorry. I'm not saying this word, by the way. Here's some embarrassing information. Please don't bully me with it. Nazi. Oh my God. I left the internet for like a few hours. He also turned my art into Nazi propaganda. Is this considered Nazi? Last I checked, that's not Nazi. Dude, I need to pull. I'm going to pull up on the site because I do not want this shit to stay on my computer. I don't want this shit on my computer, but we're doing this for history. Private. Let's see. What are Nazi symbols? None of these are matching. So not only are these people retarded, but they don't even know what a fucking Nazi is. Just because someone calls you the F word doesn't make them a Nazi. They just don't like gay people. Just because you don't like gay people doesn't make you a Nazi. I'm confused. I'm confused. So I'm gonna do this because real quick, 2 seconds. We're doing this live and on a recording. Okay, I'm gonna ask Grok. Grok, is the background shape design a Nazi symbol? I need to know. We'll come back to that. But anyways, people are getting triggered by this guy because by the way, this is Vietnam. I want to make something very clear. This person is in Vietnam. The symbol called swastika. That is not a swastika. There's no way people do not understand what the swastika. The word lost is meaning at this point. The symbol of that is not the swastika. No, but people need to realize something. We live in a world where the West thinks it is the main, and it's ironic because I talk about wanting freedom of speech, but in actuality, the world does not revolve around America or the West. Most countries are racist. Africa, racist. Asian countries, racist. Palestine, racist. Fucking racist. There are so many racist countries or people that have racism built in. It is crazy how many people are racist, and I'm just saying racist, also sexist. Also, they don't like LGBT. In fact, they'll kill you. You go to the Middle East, you're gay, you're dead. You're a dead gay person. That doesn't make you a Nazi. You could disagree, but that's their culture. Don't like it? Well, get the fuck over it. You're not their leader, their god. You're not their home and native land. Go fuck yourself. No, the background shape design is not a Nazi symbol. It is a black circular geometric pattern with interlocking angular zigzag lines forming a continuous maze or labyrinth. Yada, yada, yada. They generally symbolize things like journeys, complexity, or navigation, have no established connection to Nazism. Actual Nazi and neo-Nazi symbols are well documented and specific. The primary one is the swastika. Man, holy shit. These people are fucking retarded and deserve to be locked up. They not only are they mentally ill, but they're also retarded. Yes, these are two different things. Mentally ill people are not inherently retarded. These people have intelligence but refuse to use them, and they're delusional because they have a mental illness. These are two different factors. These people are fucking awful. You underestimate how stupid people in this country truly are and how many of them are around. Yes, and we are seeing them in full mass, dude. This is why we need AI data centers. So memeing, shit talking. What an embarrassing post. Almost as embarrassing as your bio link. Low Kirk. Math rocks, bro. The marathon, the Bungie community, math rocks. This person, like I said, is just I don't know why anyone would ever follow this piece of shit. I don't understand why they would. Literally telling someone to hang themselves. You'd look cute swinging from that. He actively is part of the Bungie community, Destiny and Marathon. Imagine talking about AI and someone tells you to go kill yourself. And not as a joke, by the way. This is not a joke. Nazi supposedly just a term for Germany army, not used to be labeled someone disagree with you. Oh, you mean not something you just use for someone who disagrees with you? Well, these people are retarded. Not only like these people who use Nazis, you know, freely, are the people who like this. These people literally have no high school education. Like their high school failed them. They're dropouts. You know, I have fifth graders that are far more intelligent than they are, that have more understanding of what a Nazi is than they do. These people, when you see people call someone a Nazi and they're not, you know, promoting actual genocide, you know, doing what Hitler and the Nazis did, you see people use it, just know they are it's the Shark Tales meme where he talks about like shark poop, and then down below, that's where these people belong. There's shit, then there's the stuff that eats the shit, and then below that, that's these people. So then we have Mida sponsor kit. This is someone in the community. They also post memes. This is what they had to say. And they're part, like I said, they're part of this conversation with the drama. Preachy wall of text warning. Never in history has there been a technology so embraced by finances and tech circles and vehemently opposed by the public. My page will always be 100% artistic created. I'm not against AI, but I love the human element of the art that our community creates. I also make all my memes by hand, and I think it gives more character. There are some popular Marathon art pages that are AI, and I'm sure they're good, but it's not what I love. There's no reason to spread hate to people who use AI. The infrastructure already exists and will continue to be built whether we like it or not. It's not being forced down our throats. I mean this in the deepest way possible, that peace and love and joy are the reason we're here. I will never find it in my heart to spread hate. That's just not me. Anyways, I think AI art dilutes what our community has to offer. Yeah, don't use AI, just be Bungie. Steal the art instead. That I don't follow. MWD, don't call our artists blend dorks, be fucking better. Mida sponsor kit out. We'll come to look at these. We're gonna come back to this because this post was not received well by the community. This guy is trying to be kind. He's trying to be genuine. He's trying to calm down. Like, hey, we don't need to. He's trying to be the voice of reason in a community that has zero fucking reason. You can't be the voice of reason with these people. These people are animals. These people are literally clowns in the circus. You cannot be reasonable. You cannot have a reasonable conversation with these animals. And you're gonna see what happens when you try to have a conversation. Travis seems like a reasonable guy. They probably hate him. We'll find out. So, Wipe Me Down responded. Full day of getting dogpiled by over 100 people, getting death threats, dox threats over a meme. The Marathon community. By the way, this guy, part of the Marathon community. Midas Monster, you liked and encouraged the AI memes multiple times in your Discord and backstabbed me and singled me out in a post to keep up appearances to your followers. This is Get Graped, I think. I don't know what the rest of it, I don't care, but it's graped. You know what the word I'm trying to say, getting graped. That's what they're saying here. So we have Mida. It's peak laugh my ass out. I love the AI art personally. Isn't it crazy? Even though the guy's being genuine, he's also being an asshole covering his face. This is why I don't like these people, because they're fake and they're liars. I would be pissed off too if they singled me out. I'm trying to be wholesome, but at the same point, at the bottom, you throw them under the bus. And low key, you were encouraging it. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. So while this guy is being reasonable, he's also being deceptive. If that isn't prototypical the Marathon community, they will sit there and try to be, intellectually dishonest. We'll be nice and say intellectually dishonest. Your example of why communities struggle, if you're not going to follow ideologies that are inclusive, then you don't need to be in a community that welcomes people, you Nazi chode. Just because someone doesn't like gay people doesn't mean you're a Nazi. I'm sorry. I'm going to say something that is very, maybe controversial. Being gay or trans or any of that is not accepted in a lot of parts of the world. And it is normal to call it out. People who are gay or trans, you are abnormal. You are considered an abomination to many countries. I'm not saying that. I don't give a shit how you live your life. However, stop trying to make people conform. Now, I think you shouldn't be an asshole to people that are, but you should also leave people the fuck alone. And this is one of those perfect examples of telling people they need to fuck off. Do not try to tell people to conform to your way of shit. They're playing a fucking video game. They're enjoying the video game. This isn't like someone showing up at your church or showing up at your house and saying, "Oh, you're gay. You're an F slur or whatever," right? It's a fucking video game. Shut the fuck up. I follow ideologies. No, go fuck yourself. No one needs to follow your ideologies for enjoying a fucking video games, you baby back bitch. The world doesn't revolve around you. I think you should be able to. Two wrongs don't make a right, by the way, just so we're clear. I'm not defending this guy. I did tell you guys we're going to dive into the Marathon community, and this is it. This is just the Marathon community. There's not other people that are against me. These are people that play Marathon. They're all insufferable. They're all toxic. They're all awful people. Everyone we're looking at is an awful fucking person. Even the people that you think is reasonable is intellectually dishonest asshole. Like this is the perfect example where even if you try to have give them some slack, give them the opportunity, holy shit, they show that they're fucking awful. Back to Mida. This is how toxic the Marathon community is, the Bungie community is. This guy who's trying to be reasonable did a fucking 360. I don't feel like giving it more energy, but my page and Discord are now 100% against Gen AI. Anyone using it will be blocked and banned. Wow, that you switched up real fucking quick. I also make memes. Yeah. There's no reason to spread hate to people who use AI, but I'm gonna block your ass. They manifest Ouroboros. It is so the switch up. Holy shit. And by the way, this was after he got called out. Let's see. Yeah, 3 a.m. Yeah. This was at night. This is after he got called out. Isn't that ironic? I'm 100% against it. Yes, you're 100% against it after you said you loved it. The marathon community, ladies and gentlemen. When I say that this is the circus, we're watching the clowns, I mean it. Oh my God. The circus. We have infiltrated the circus. I try to give love to everyone. It works until it doesn't. Sorry for when I'm fallen short. Love always wins in the end. Thanks for all the support. Yeah, love really won here because you switched. You were trying to show love to people that did like AI and you got your ass clapped. Jesus Christ, man. Just post memes. Nobody cares. It's all fine. Yeah. A lot going on in the sponsor kit world. Just trying to get chosen. This is the last thing I'm posting about it. I swear. The good ending. Fuck Gen AI. Fuck Gen. Oh, what a fucking LARPer. What a fucking LARPer. This, if you want to see what a LARPer in the proper way of using a LARPer is, this is it. Goes from I personally love AI to now's LARPing fuck Gen AI. Now let's go back and see why. The marathon community should probably stop having random civil wars considering how little people are left on this game. If someone from the outside see this, hey, it's me, who never played Marathon. Okay, well, I played Marathon. Played Marathon and want to try it. They probably won't now because they think this is the community. It is. Wait. You don't think this is the community? Wow, it is the community. I don't know how I can help you.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't know what more I can do. This is the marathon community. If someone from the outside sees this, they already are, and wanting to try it, they probably won't now because they think it's, yeah, you're crazy. Random drama for no reason, constant hate towards everything. You are both at fault. Someone, by the way, this very fucking reasonable. The most reasonable reply we've seen so far. You are based. Very reasonable. I posted 1 million memes supporting the game. I've done more than my part to promote it, I think. But yeah, I agree. Okay. I think we don't hate AI artists enough, actually. Fully supporting polluting the planet and actively making yourself dumber just so you can generate slop instantly makes a person lose all my respect. I don't blame you for tolerating it. You're positive, but don't ask. This is such a nothing burger centrist take. Not gonna lie, dude. Being not against AI is exactly why we are at the point we're at, because people just accept these things as part of it's gonna be reality, whether you like it or not. It's gonna happen. However, we should be fighting for moderation. You're going to lose the fight against it, AI being a thing. However, you need to fight for moderation. There is a difference. The tech is out there. You know what people also try to fight? Alcohol. They tried to ban it. Didn't work. Weed, drugs. They tried to fight that. Didn't work. Guess what? What works? Moderation. Putting rules, laws, making sure that people abide by certain aspects. Whether you like it or not, AI is here to stay. You might as well come to terms with that. You don't have to like it, but you should be fighting the appropriate fight here, which is moderation. Hey man, you got to take a stronger stance in this if you don't want your community to get infested with chuds. These people are the reason we are currently on course to run out of clean drinking water by 2039, and the reason climate change has been accelerated by decades. Yes, this is why the chuds. Yes, climate change is because the chuds. We're losing clean drinking water. Forget all the other pollutions that have been going on for years. Yes, all the water is being polluted because of the chuds and their AI memes. Has nothing to do without anything else in history. Yes, China, one of the most egregious when it comes to pollution. It's because of AI memes. China is not doing anything industrial. It's all AI. All of it. All the pollution throughout history has been AI. The chuds in China. I can't believe it. You see how that works? You see how that works? I'm grateful that you fostered a great marathon community, but in my opinion, you need to be fully anti-AI. It should not be welcome anywhere. It's okay being against things that are bad for humanity. That's not being negative. It's being smart and principled. Holy shit. It's being forced down our throats. But that's no reason to stop resisting. Quite sad to see see our strong community being divided. Strong? I don't know about that one, Chief. This is such a stupid fucking nothing burger of drama. It really isn't that hard to have an informed, objective, good stance on issues at hand. Oh my God, people are fucking triggered. Yeah, we can see why he double backed. Okay, so he's the only one that called it out. So yeah, as you can see, there's a reason why he buckled, he fumbled, he backed that ass up. Cry more, you Nazi. Did you punch your drywall after you typed this? Nazi say what? The amount of people that failed their history class or failed high school is just, it's terrifying. Please tell me you're not in America. You're in America. Wait, no, this is Canada. Okay, well, that makes sense. You didn't participate in anything of value, so. Let's see, what about you? Canada. Wow, there's a common theme with Canadians who don't know history. Hey, I guess maybe lay off the beer, I guess. Let's see. Rock size up. All the love to my marathon moots, but marathon Twitter really is blue sky, isn't it? It is. It is, because these people are sensitive. They're fragile. Marabots are the most fragile gamers. Yes, technology advancement, we can't fight it. However, we can moderate it. These hardware prices are getting out of hand. And that's the thing. But the problem is that people are fighting the wrong thing. They're just bitching and shouting about AI, but they're not actively, outside of Stop Killing Games and all these other places that are trying to moderate games or moderate, put laws into place that safeguard us. People are arguing about the wrong shit. People are getting upset about the wrong shit. Like you need to focus on the bigger picture. Just say. I mean, you're right, but the person that started this was tweaking so hard. It's funny. Guy was told don't post AI. So the only logical response to him is to Hitler post. You can only find this on X. Wait, I didn't see that happen. That's not Hitler post. I don't even know what that means. How's this Hitler post? Because he said the F word? God, you're retarded. This is like some of the most retarded people I've ever seen. Rock, I think you're missing imperative context. I did get context shortly after this tweet. This is the same guy who banned me from his cord for asking if any of the MCP players were in here. Sorry, man, I can't have you being randomly negative in Discord. It's heavily moderated. I don't care anymore. Cheers, brother. I'm down to run games sometime. What? It's heavily moderated. Oh my God. You have to heavily moderate your own Discord? Randomly negative. I have to hit this. It's been a minute.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
There's no shot that you have a Discord of that many fragile people that you have to moderate your own Discord to that length. Listen, I moderate my Discord. Not that anyone says any heinous shit, but randomly negative, you have to heavily moderate that. It's one thing if he said some racist shit or something that you're like, hey, that's too far. Just a cat. Try to fight the AI tech bros. No bill will pass. They're all in the pockets of the government. Yeah. That is a proper responded. Oh my God. I have no idea what this means, but I never seen AI Hitler on Blue Sky. This is why no one can take these people seriously. When you call someone Hitler because they use the F word, you are taking something to the extreme. You are mentally ill. You are delusional. Not only that, but it makes people hate the LGBT community more. You are actively doing more harm. You are the Hitler. You call this guy Hitler. You are actively more of a Hitler because you're causing more people to hate you and people like you because you're actually using, terms like Nazi, calling people Hitler for something that isn't. Just say they're an asshole. There are other appropriate ways to respond to someone that doesn't like gay people or uses a slur. He may not even not like gay people. He just might be using it as a slur. I know there's a bunch of British Jews that call people cunts, and I'm using it in their terms. I'm not saying it in the term that people are, using it to call women that. That's just what they say. That I've literally heard Ozzy say it too. There is different culture, different words. And who knows, in Vietnam, that just might be how they use it. You may not like it. Get the fuck over it. It's not your culture. It's not your country. Get the fuck over it. You don't have to like it, but get the fuck over it. So we got a message. I'm so interested to see what this guy sounds like. I'm so interested to see what this guy, it looks like it played on its own. Here we go. We've got a message to the marathon community from Wipe Me Down.
Nah, but like, when you see a third ID, just, yo, what's up? You really got smoke in the game? I'm finna put you on the news. You finna go viral. You see the drip?
Okay. For two things. One, for a Vietnamese man or someone in Vietnam, not what I thought not at all what I thought was going to be, that was not what I expected him to sound like. Two, this is someone in the marathon community. This is someone that likes marathon. When people call people chuds, this is what I actually expect people to look like. It's ironic that the actual chud is part of the marathon community. Can we appreciate that people like me that make fun of the Marabots and talk about marathon are called chuds, or I haven't really been called recently, but they'll call you chuds. But this guy actually is a chud. Bro is walking around in all white with shorts with he has like almost like a mullet, has a gun down by his peen, does not sound like he's Vietnamese. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be racist. Maybe that's how Vietnamese sound. Not what I expected whatsoever. Bro is more of a chud than the people who don't like Marathon, that are hating on Marathon. The people that get called chuds are less chuds than the dude who is part of the Marathon community. Can we just appreciate that the ironic karma, the perfect representation? Oh my God. Can we just appreciate that for just a moment? Just this little nugget. Marathon Twitter drama about an AI posting Nazi. I promise we have better things to discuss than breathing prolapse. It's funny. Remember, even Bungie didn't want this person part of their creator program. Just remember, this person belongs into a padded room. They failed high school. In fact, please tell me you're not even American. Thank God. No, New York. Okay, that explains. There's a lot of failures in New York, and this person's one of them. Unfortunately, the American system failed this person. They don't even know what a Nazi is. They're delusional, and you should only make fun of them. The only value they bring on Twitter is that you should laugh at them like they're the clown that they are. Martin Combeef is so funny. Like, guys, there's 3 of us, lock in. That being said, if you make AI art, especially a Marathon, the game about corporations owning and policing everything down to the use of your own body, you gotta expect to get jumps. Like, come on, bro. Just my 2 credits. Yes. Nothing like... Nothing says inclusive like jumping people, which, by the way, this is a pattern. We see Marathon bros tell people to go shoot up schools. We tell people to go hang themselves. You know, for someone that says that Marathon is very, very friendly and the best community out there, they sure love, you know, telling people to go kill themselves in some form of way. Why is everyone focused on that AI image guy? Stop giving him attention. My entire timeline is just the same ugly posts getting rooted around nonstop. You know what? This person has more common sense than 90% of the Marathon community that's on Twitter. It's a concept that people don't understand, that if you just don't give people attention, they fade into obscurity. Honestly, I just blocked it. Annoying as hell. It's just bringing more attention to the AI itself, and I hate it. Another intelligent person. They exist. There are actually intelligent people in the Marathon community. They are a dime a dozen. They're hidden gems in the turds. Someone with this profile picture just liked my tweet. Arby's GR2H. I rendered that. What the F? You're an unlovable man. People in the Marathon Bungie community sure love using this word. I almost feel like I'm back home. Back home with the boys. Back in high school. My God, this word's making a comeback, by the way. I've seen more and more people use this, and in public. Just so we're clear, I've heard more people say this in public of recent. From Tel Aviv. Makes sense. There's no way you're from Tel Aviv. The Marathon community, by the way, the Marathon community. When I say that I'm right, I'm fucking right. I told you guys, if you go around the world, there are people that are racist. There are people that hate LGBT. This is part of the norm of reality, whether you like it or not. Not everyone lives. Oh my God. When you start going down the rabbit hole of the Marathon community, you find all of this. Bench press in the single digits, buddy. Run along. And then whatever this post was deleted by Twitter. So you know it was a banger. I will keep playing Marathon and there's nothing you can do to stop me. This single line is the biggest middle finger because people in the Bungie community will tell you to stop playing or go away. And if you don't, they will go to bed thinking about you. They will dream about you. They'll have pictures of you on their PC. They can't stop thinking about you. It is crazy to me that I can't do it. I had to watch it again.
You see the drip? Nah, but like when you see a third like
when you get in an argument with someone on Twitter and they talk about your likes and I've got more likes than you. This is what I think I see. This is how I imagine every loser on Twitter that talks about likes and on those who unironically think that likes matter on Twitter. This is what I imagine. I will always imagine them that they look like. This is what they think they're hot shit. This is exactly what I will imagine for the rest of time. This is it.
Yo, what's up? You really got smoke in the game? I'm finna put you on the news. You finna go viral.
I probably, by the way, this video might get demonetized because of the music in the background. Fuck you. But it's worth it. I don't care. I don't care if I don't get paid for this shit. You know what? I'm going to miss Marathon when it finally goes down because I'm going to miss the community, the unhinged community. Because like I said, it's like going to the circus. And when the circus shuts down, we're going to have to find another community to enjoy the circus at. We're just gonna have to. The Nintendo fanboys are probably the next one, to be honest. They're the number one unhinged and weirdest of them all. The Marathon community is like trying to compete though. Travis, I wasn't looking, and that's not the picture I had in my head. I thought he posted a clip. That is this clip. That is him. Anyways, let me know what you think down below. As always, we'll see you in the next one. Huzzah! Oh my God. The gift that Marathon is the gift, the Marathon community is the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, baby. Truly it's something special. Oh man. You can't make it up, man. You can't, no matter what, you can't make it up. I'm just making sure I unclick all the tabs. Okay, there we go. Bada bing, bada. The gift that keeps on giving. All right, so now we're down to the tab of videos. Let's see. What time? We've been streaming for 2 hours. We've got 20 minutes. Let's see. 13-minute video, 12-minute video, 26-minute video, 10-minute video, and then what? 12-minute video. We've got a lot of videos to react to. Yeah, I think the Marathon community is just a glimpse of what Nintendo fans are. That's where the full potential is. Oh, baby, I already know. We've already covered Nintendo a couple times. By the way, let it be known that anyone who says that I only talk about Bungie or Nintendo, I don't. I've talked about Nintendo quite a bit. We've reacted to several things, but we're branching out. We're branching out more. This one is kind of old, so I'm gonna back this one up. We'll come back to this in a minute. All right, are we ready? We're gonna do several reacts that are not normal reacts. Leslie? I stopped that video because I heard her meowing. Or at least I thought it was her meowing. Oh. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that chat. Hold on. I'm gonna do. I'll give me a minute. I'm gonna put this water in the fridge so it can cool. I brought the jug, but it's hot water that I filtered. I'll be back in just 1 moment. I want to put the music up. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, let's jump into the video. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Counselor's Office. I'm Mr. Gaming Counselor, and we are back with another video. This time, we're talking about Blizzard. Yeah, there was several news coming out, about Blizzard and some of the claims that, the legal documents that a lot of the claims in the, I don't know the specific claims, but I know there was a lot of, wrongdoings reported a year or so ago that now has come to light that wasn't true. But there was also someone in the crosshairs who helped fuel the fire by, also calling out Blizzard, and that is Jason Schreier. That's right, Jason Schreier caught lying apparently. So let's jump into that. We're gonna watch a video by Smash JT. I know, a lot of very controversial person, but why not see? I'm gonna be honest, it was the first video that I saw on Twitter about the topic, so we're just gonna watch it by default. We have "It was all lies. The Blizzard Me Too scandal falls apart." Watch here. So we have hear this back, then I thought it was BS. No way something like this happened without someone going to jail. That is a big thing. Yeah, a lot of the wrongdoings should have definitely been, jail worthy. So let's jump in and see what's going on, because Jason Schreier is one of those people that has been considered reputable when it comes to inside information and just talking about in general. So it's very interesting to see them in the crosshairs for lying, and it makes me wonder, is Jason Schreier trustworthy after this? Because I don't know. I don't know the full extent, so we're gonna dive in because I don't even know exactly what he said. What I observed. So I'm hoping this video he does a good enough job to present the claims from Jason Schreier and the information that debunks it. If not, then the video, in my opinion, didn't do a good enough job. So we're gonna find out right now.
It would seem that one Jason Schreier, who wrote a book about Blizzard and the harassment scandal and all this horrible things that were happening, the Cosby room and allegations going against this company.
That's right. I remember that. I didn't know it was him that said that, but that was reported as that the Blizzard leadership had what was called the Cosby room. I did not know that it was Schreier that did that and that he wrote a book. Oh my God. Not only if you caught lying, but you profited off by making a book, you have to be the biggest piece of fucking shit.
We're all proven to be fake. And wouldn't you know it, it was the same type of people destroying the game industry from within for years that are behind it. Asmongold Update says, Asmongold reveals the Blizzard harassment scandal was proven fake. And this is from Badum. And they posted this a couple days ago. I have a follow-up from this as well, but we'll start with this.
Sexual misconduct, abuse, harassment, and quote, frat.
I like how we're reacting to a react that's reacting. It's like, this is no longer, it's a reactception. By the way, I did not watch this video, so I didn't like proof check it. This just happens to line up where we have someone reacting to a reaction that's reacting to reaction to me reacting.
Culture were entirely fake, and the state of California even admitted that there is no evidence substantiating any of the claims. The entire controversy. I'm
stopping. I know that's going to piss some people. I have to mention, I don't follow a lot of these accounts. Like, I don't know who Bum the Bum is. I think I've reacted maybe to a random tweet. I don't know, but I don't actually follow these people. So I have not seen this Asmongold clip or anything about this. So I'm fresh, I'm new. So all of this is new information for me. So, it's okay if it's a react to me, at least.
Around Blizzard was set up by California to force the company to stop hiring white men, using Me Too allegations to strong arm them.
So add another point to the conspiracy theorists once again for yet again being right.
Some of the accusations. Hold on.
I want to really digest this. In case you didn't know, all the allegations of sexual misconduct, abuse, harassment, and frat boy culture, which that was something that was said, was entirely fake. And the state of California even admitted there was no evidence substantiating any claims. That's massive. Which I think I saw the court case down below. Hopefully they cover it, but. That I want you guys to realize that the government saying or court saying, there's nothing substantiating this. That's a big claim. Like when you're calling out stuff like that, that is a massive allegation, which is why I say don't make like comments like so-and-so grapes or does something to children. Like that's an allegation. That's what this shit is. It's serious. Saying that there's frat boy culture and that there's sexual misconduct. That's not something you just joke about. And I don't know I'm not illegally. Personally, if I was Blizzard, I would see, about suing people who are spreading misinformation or saying that this is what happened. I don't know. I'm not legalese. I don't know if they can do that or not, but I would if I could, right? That's just like, that's an allegation that it honestly probably fucks up your career. Like if you forget the corpo leaders, right? Think about the individuals who are working there. That hurts their reputation. Think about the people that used to work there and now are trying to find new jobs. That's got to hurt that's got to hurt them, right? That's got to hurt these people that are trying to find jobs, because now that reputation is following you, especially if you're a man. And around that timeline when that was reported, that Twitter and just the movement was definitely more left leaning, I believe. And so a lot of people were more, culture vultures is what I would say. They're more like, we don't want any of that. So interesting. The entire controversy around Blizzard was set up by California to force the company to stop hiring white men using. Okay, where is this information? Is this just hollow? We got the foil hat. Is that conspiracy? Like where is the actual proof in the pudding? This seems like it's just a personal feeling versus reality.
Saying that they included theft and consumption of breast milk during work hours.
Oh my God.
I heard about that one. I'm like, what are we doing here? It's almost like they just think up the most extreme thing and just run with it to be like, these insane white men are destroying this company.
A rape room named after Bill Cosby.
See, that's the one that someone should get sued. Jason has always rubbed me the wrong way. Was just something about him I don't trust. I mean, outside of his inside information, even, you've got, no. But like, it feels like the rape room accusation, like that has to be suable of some sorts.
Why would you name a rape room after Bill Cosby? Like, you'd have to be retarded as a company to do that.
Not only that, but you would go to jail. How would you not go to jail if you have a room called Bill Cosby and there was actual rape going on? Like that's massive. Like that's not like someone grabbed your ass or touched your tit or grabbed your wiener. This is someone actually forcefully, took you to Pound Town. That's very grotesque, but I'm trying to like not be very detailed with it. But like you would have to go, like someone would go to jail. That's a massive allegation.
Like if you were
it also kind of pisses me off as someone who actually works with a bunch of females. This pisses me off because you know what this does? This enforces that people can't trust women, and like enforces the fact that people are not going to trust people. Like, oh, if someone says so-and-so something's going on. Oh, you're just going to do what California is doing or whatever, these people were trying to do, whether it was California or the individuals trying to, lie. This shit's not okay because it actually hinders people that are legitimately being, raped, taken advantage of. People are actually hurt. This is the boy that cried wolf, and you're fucking it up for everyone. You are actively hurting people who are actually in these situations. Because as someone who, again, I got my, going through psychology and all that jazz, people don't report for a reason out of fear. And you're only adding to that fear because now there's this distrust that people are going to think that you're lying. It already happens, but you're only reinforcing it. It's like, in my personal opinion, these people need to be thrown in jail. If you make an accusation like this, whether you're a woman, whether you're a government official, whether you're a journalist, you need to go to jail. You need to be thrown in jail. You need to be made an example of. You need to be fined. These people need to be made broke. I think if you're going to lie, you're going to take a serious allegation and you're trying to hurt someone. Not only should your bank hurt, but you need to hurt. You need to regret that you even fucking existed, because that's how some of these allegations are so serious, because this is not a joke. Grape is not a joke. PDF is not a joke. All that is life-changing, impactful things. People who lie like this need to suffer. You need to make them suffer so damn much. It terrifies people to lie. It terrifies people to lie. That's what needs to happen. And I'm passionate about it because I work with women, and I can only imagine. I also have several sisters. Imagine or your wife or your daughter, and people don't believe it because fuck ass McGee over here was lying earlier about, being raped by the same corpo, but it actually happened to your wife or your daughter, and no one believes you because they think you're just lying. This person done cooked the goose. No one believes you. No one believes them because people were already crying wolf earlier. Fuck them. Make an example out of them. Make their life miserable. Make them regret that they even existed. I don't care. These are piece of shits. They're either trying to get money. They're trying to get attention. Make them regret they existed. Fuck them. You cause more harm to people that are actually suffering. You are a piece of shit. You deserve to be treated like shit.
Having that
Sorry, I'm passionate about it. When you work with women, when you have a bunch of sisters and you think about, the potential of someone you love, having, be stuff like this happening to them, you're going to be like, no, fuck that.
To call it that yourselves, that makes no sense.
Sexual harassment to the point of an employee ending her life. All of these claims were essentially a theater performance over the fact that only 1 in 5 Blizzard employees were women. As a result, Blizzard agreed to pay roughly $18 million in fines and set up HR.
That's a good point. Even men. If these are men that are also pointing, like saying that they were being sexually assaulted, if this was a men's situation, it would be even more egregious because people already think that men being sexually assaulted is a joke. They don't believe it. They diminish it. Like it is a challenge for a man to go after a woman for being, sexually assaulted or raped. They don't believe it. They don't believe that men can be raped. They don't. They think it's a joke, like, oh, men can't be great because they love sex.
hiring practices
That would discriminate against white men.
Would discriminate against white men.
Wow.
Internal messages between California Civil Rights Division officials showed the entire thing was a ploy to send a message to the industry to literally ruin video games.
And they did. And this went throughout the entire industry. If they could attack a big company and get them to bend the knee, that sends ripple effects throughout the entire video game industry for everyone else to follow suit, which is exactly what they wanted to happen.
Sorry, breaking this in video for some random shit you don't care about. I just got a secret rare Dragonair. That's right, from Pokemon Pocket. I just got a secret rare Dragonair. Yeah, my gold shiny. I don't know. Sorry, that was random. ADD live for your beautiful faces. ADD.
Wow.
No court or any independent investigation has substantiated allegations of systematic harassment.
Wow.
But the company likely signed the deal to make the lawsuit go away. Wow. Because
money. These people got rewarded. You're going to see more of it, and it's only going to make people not believe you. And that's going to be the big thing. People are going to be like, you didn't get raped. Sorry, YouTube, don't demonetize me. You didn't get raped. You just want money. That's what's going to happen. This is how shit gets delegitimized. This is how things get watered down. Ugh.
Because, I don't know, there was Microsoft Activision Blizzard purchase happening and they didn't want this going on. Wow.
How about that?
How about that?
That's crazy. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, where's Jason Schreier, by the way? I have plenty of questions for him on this one.
Yeah, let's get to him. That was what the video I was interested about.
Do you remember somebody in chat said this?
I felt like
when I said that gamers are the most oppressed group in society.
Mm-hmm.
It's not women, certainly not.
I'm sorry. I'm all about pro gamer and pro consumer. There is no way I can ever agree. Yeah, but girl, Tesley. Sorry, my kitty is meowing at me. There's no shot I just can't. Like, I'm a gamer and I want to be gamer centric. There's no shot. There's no shot whatsoever I can agree with gamers being the most, oppressed. People already don't trust people. This just makes it worse. Exactly. I don't agree with this statement. I think this is a little unhinged, even from a gamer perspective. Like, yes, you could say gamers are oppressed, but not in the same way. Like, as a consumer, you can choose not to consume something. People who are actively oppressed do not get a choice. Like, if someone is oppressing you because you're black, you can't change being black. You can't change that. You can change not consuming a product because they made a piece of shit, and you can say, fuck you, I'm not supporting you. You can't change being black. Like, listen, that's not me being woke. That's being realist. I'm a realist. There's so many other groups. Native Americans were incredibly oppressed. Like, there's so many examples. What are we doing?
Women. It's not gay people. It's not trans. It's not disabled people. It's gamers.
Mm-hmm.
Gamers are the most openly discriminated against group.
Mm-hmm.
We're not Jews. It's gamers. We're having our spaces colonized, and they're getting mad at us for not liking it
and for not bending the knee.
Okay, I agree to that last part. Is that people are getting pissed off that we're no longer agreeing with these people. We're calling them out. There are a lot of people that are getting upset that you call out the bullshit. That is true, but I don't believe we're oppressed. Like, not in the same sense.
because they think they can use video games as a vehicle to push an agenda. And when gamers stand up against that agenda,
I do think that there are some people that do that. Do I think every game is like that and every company is like that? No, because most of them don't give a shit, because like most of them don't even follow their own agenda. They just want quick money. That's it.
they start to proactively attack the gamers, even sue some of them for daring to stand up to the agenda. I might know somebody that's being sued. Bum da Bum followed up saying, by the way, if you guys thought the fake allegations against Blizzard were bad, just wait till you see what Bungie and Sony did. They fired an exec over harassment.
Chris Barrett. But was was it not like, was it proven finally I can watch on Twitch? Azula, yes, I fixed it. I fixed it on Twitch. I'm sorry I neglected you Twitch people for so long. That's right, we're live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, even though YouTube is our main bay. Sorry about that. What is that emoticon? Is that marathon? Oh, good. I'm glad you missed out on the marathon chain. If that is a marathon, I don't think so. That's anime. Anyways, Christopher Barrett. Technically, the lawsuit didn't say. The lawsuit was dismissed in 2024, lack of jurisdiction. In a statement on social media, Barrett said he is very satisfied with the outcome, closing this chapter, allowing me to focus on what's next in my journey, and I look forward to it. I just, by the way, it wasn't, there was another, like, 2025, like, wasn't it this year that they finally closed and they paid him out? But it was a mutual decision. It wasn't like one-sided, like Sony and Bungie didn't come out and said, say, hey, we're wrong. Like, his name was never actually cleared, right? Like, it wasn't cleared at all.
And misconduct to prevent him from cashing out his equity in the company. And guess what? Those were fake too. Sony Bungie settled with him, and he added
I think a few months ago it got concluded. Yeah, so it wasn't 2005.
His name to the game credits and paid him an undisclosed amount of money. And this is something I covered in a previous video as well. The reason why I wanted to follow up with what Bum da Bum said was because this, like I said, was when it happened at Activision Blizzard, it sent ripple effects throughout the entire gaming industry for them to be treating people like this. There's Grum saying, oh, my video. Women.
Yes, this was a perfect example of someone straight up lying. Again, this is a perfect example of a piece of shit human being. I will never believe anything this piece of shit human being ever says, ever. I will never believe a fucking thing they say. Even if it's anti-Bungie, I cannot in good faith believe that shit. I will give the benefit to Bungie and their leadership over this piece of shit human being. She straight up lied and said she was attacked at GCX. And then when she was confronted about it, she even said that multiple times she was cornered at GCX. And then it was like, no, sorry, it was actually at the airport. Like, she got fact checked by GCX themselves. She is a piece of fucking shit. She is what we call the one crying wolf. This is why she is the perfect example why no one believes women. Or no, sorry, she's a perfect example of people who encourage the people who don't want to believe in women further. There were going to be people that didn't believe like women anyways. This only gives them ammunition. Zufa. I get what the dude meant, but I wouldn't call it oppressed. I think polluted is the right term. Yeah, I would agree on polluted. They are polluting the area.
Should absolutely go to jail for this and serve the same sentence the falsely accused guy would have received. It's worse than swatting. And this is my video on the former Bungie employee, Liana Rupert, backtracking on the gamer assault claims at GCX, pretending that she got attacked at GCX when she didn't. Grum says, it was all fake. This is what these people do. All they do is lie. All they do is lie to push the agenda. I had friends at Blizzard telling me about how nasty DEI people were, digging through emails and Slack messages, trying to cancel people so they could take their jobs. Holy crap. This is what happens when an industry blows up and where all the money comes into it. You start getting the dog eat dog of the people coming in being like, how can we take a bite out of this and get our hands into this pie? Grum saying, Jason's book about WoW is about as accurate as the Wikipedia entry on Yasuke being a samurai.
Which is funny because it came to find out, I can play music because he doesn't do music. Come to find out, the Wikipedia was edited by the guy that wrote the book. Like it was the same. The book was made by the guy who wrote the Wikipedia about the samurai guy Yasuke. Like it's completely, absolutely bogus. So that's kind of funny.
He lied about Blizzard SA, and he and other journalists got Blizzard devs canned. Kotaku, everyone,
he lied about, and other journalists got Blizzard devs canned. And that's the thing. Like and I believe it too. By the way, I believe this because that when you kill someone's reputation, and headwigs have to try to reshuffle, and you have investigation. The problem is that even if it's not true, the leaders will have a snap reaction, which I think Christopher Barrett is a perfect example, where they completely got rid of him whenever the reports came out from the allegations. They will snap regard, remove the people from the situation. I mean, even like other professional workplaces will do that. They will remove, and that's how lawsuits happen. By people get sued for falsely firing, but they will try to remove them and distance them from these people, even whether it's true or false. So the fact that Jason Schreier ruined people's careers, he should go to jail. He should be sued. He should lose his job.
Ran with it. They didn't care.
Zula, yeah, this Yasuke stuff is so funny. Dude, we reacted to that for like a month.
Who the lies hurt. Speaking of, this is the article that Kotaku ran with. They couldn't wait to jump on the story, not because it was true, not because they fact-checked anything, but because it suited and fit their agenda. Okay,
but as much as I love shitting on Kotaku because they do a lot of shitty things, this is what everyone does. Even like, I don't know if I reacted to it, but like everyone reacted to this or talked about it. Like, and even other things like the marathon art scandal, there was a lot of things that people immediately jump on and write articles about. So like, I think it's disingenuous to sit there and be like, it was all part of the agenda. I think they would have done it anyways. Now, could they relish it as part of their agenda? Or if they're trying to push an agenda, are they relishing facts? You can make that argument. I don't know. I haven't read the article. But to sit there and flat out say, by the way, that is a picture of Bill Cosby. And that, like, I am very much curious. If that wasn't called the Cosby Suite, why the fuck did they have a picture of Bill Cosby?
They couldn't wait to write an article and claim that everything in it was,
and you can't say this is AI. This was literally published in 2021.
As fact. Inside Blizzard developers.
Just a cat. If it bleeds, it leads. It will never end for news. Exactly. And they do it for politics too.
Infamous Bill Cosby Suite. Booze, sexual remarks. Oh no, not sexual remarks, and beer. Oh my God, do they have, hold on, wait.
Okay, so they're relishing some facts.
Do they have wine too? Oh no, hold on. Oh my God.
And they got pussy.
Dudes drinking
I can make that joke.
Making sexual remarks.
They got pussy
Awful
cats.
stuff, guys, awful stuff. And a giant portrait of Cosby are all at the center of
Tesley,
lawsuit. And wouldn't you know it, it's
oh my God, it's Saddam Hussein's mustard gas. God dang, Tesley, I patted her too much. Oh my God, please. Oh, she just landed the biggest gas fart oh my God. Oh. Pocket poison, man. Yeah, you're right, Azula. Oh my God. Oh. Okay, I think it's cleared out for now. I'm sorry, what a time to record a video and have a mustard gas bomb go off on you.
It's Kotaku running forward with this. Jay Viper says, A certain someone helped push this lie and mainstream this lie. It was Jason Schreier, former Kotaku journal, by the way.
Oh,
And,
okay.
yes, he has buddies still at Kotaku. And this is what happens. They have a network of people. Someone comes out with an article. Someone comes out with a story. An article gets pushed. And then the article creates a book. They get lots of talk about it. And then they can sell a book from it. Back when these losers had real power and could twist the industry with their words on a whim. Thank God Elon bought Twitter and turned it into X. Where would we be right now?
Oh, that's
without
true.
this?
That's true. That back then there wasn't even like community notes back then, right? I don't believe there was community notes back then, but yeah, listen, you can hate Elon Musk, but he man, when it comes to freedom of speech, even though I do feel like the pendulum also swung the other way where you had more unhinged people. Like, let's be honest, left and right, they're all unhinged on Twitter. They're all unhinged. It doesn't matter. That doesn't even matter, like, politically wise. Everyone's fucking unhinged on Twitter. There's just so many. Elon changed Twitter to be more transparent. Yeah.
On a whim is when the industry changed and buckled. What was left was an empty husk of creativity, ripe for these commie losers to jump in and take over. This is why the industry outputs nothing of value at AAA level. They manipulated companies into hiring non-creatives as creatives. Their friends got the positions they didn't deserve or earn, pushing out those who built what they coveted. Companies cratered to HR departments as toxic positivity swept through, removing any uncomfortable vibes from meetings and interactions. Read, "Oh, I see you didn't choose your pronouns, and you're not wearing a nose ring today, Bob. What's the problem? You're not feeling well?" Leaving us with the soulless AAA slop that has plagued us for over a decade. With the hiring of the underserving accelerated when DEI hit managerial positions, tech and leadership fell apart. Now it took more people to do the same job, and they did it worse. Companies have been bloating themselves, looking for a way out. Now AI is here, and the underserving are about to feel what they did to the industry come full turn and obsolete them all.
Which it's already happening. I don't know about the DEI, but I do agree that they did put too many people. Like, if you look compared to like indies that seem like they're AAAs, like Expedition 33, massive, popular, didn't have nearly as many people working on it as like Marathon, for example. And one is Game of the Year and the other one is something of the rear. Too many hands in the pot, too many people hired to do what should be one person's job. Yeah, I agree with this aspect. I don't know about the DEI stuff. Like, maybe, possibly, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I usually kind of stay neutral with that part of the conversation, but I do agree that companies are hiring too many damn people. Too many people are doing too many jobs. Like, we already know, I forget what company it was where they had multiple checks. Oh, Xbox admitted that they had too many damn leaders and they had like 15 checks. They had to check and check and check and check and check and check. It's like, why do you have so many people you have working on a video game and have so many people checking? Like, you don't just stop. Azula, AA bloated as hell like old Twitter. Elon lay off a lot of people and it functioned as normal. I would assume Xbox would be the same because holy, the management is so much. Well, they did. They reduced the checks to like 1 or 2, right? So they went from like 15 to like 2.
Good riddance. What a banger post by Jay Viper, by the way. Chris Kaliki,
don't know who that is.
Founder and CEO of Noto Studios, says even Jason Schreier admits in his latest book that the Cosby Suite was a fake nothing burger and Kotaku was full of shit. But the damage was done, and many great Blizz devs had, in some cases, 20-plus year careers ruined since nobody wanted to hire, quote, problematic devs when it was all fake. Heartbreaking and...
Which Jason Schreier should be sued. He should lose his job. He should not have any influence in the gaming industry. Until you make an example of these people, they will continue to do it. You need to make an example of bad actors. And until you do, they will get away with it and they'll continue to do it.
Infuriating. And Emerald Apple, All that drama about breast milk and frat culture toxicity at Blizzard. Turns out it was probably all fake. Feminists, leftists, and the Me Too activists all believe in the idea that the end justifies the means. They will lie, cheat, steal, defraud, causing the death of innocent people just so they can have a win in their gender wars. If true, it really shows how evil these people are. And Asmongold is 100%.
Again, I don't know if I like jump on this bandwagon, but I do agree with the statement. If it's true, these people are evil. And I do. Again, like if it's true that these people are using us all as to pull, some agenda, I concede and say that this is evil of them. That this fuck them.
Correct. Gamers are one of the most oppressed groups because we used to be far more majority men. It was a men's club, and for too many of these women, they saw that
it still is. You just also have women that are cool being part of the men's club. Like most of the women I've ever gamed with were tomboys or one of the guys. And mind you, these DEA problem only common in the West. Yeah, that's where a lot of the argument comes from. Asian games are usually pretty squeaky clean from any having like, if the game's bad in Asia, it's just because it's a bad game, not because, it's woke.
As a threat and organized.
And that's not me saying that. That's just me parroting what people will say in the West.
That's why it didn't matter if the games didn't sell or were commercially unsuccessful. The destruction of the IP and robbing men of their hobbies was the goal. Destruction of Halo, World of Warcraft, and so many other popular franchises was the goal. And let's see this.
I don't know if I believe that. I don't believe the goal was to destroy. Even if I'm playing devil's advocate, it'd say that their goal is to, change things. If your goal is to make something more inclusive for more than just men, you don't want it to fail. Right? Unless you're deluded and believed it's going to work, which I think Concord, I don't know if it was woke. Okay, it was a little woke. Concord is woke because no one wants to play a big obese person, and it's really weird. There's moments like I think of like some old school games where they had this meme fat person, but it was just a meme, and people like, I think some games are taking that too seriously. Like everyone needs to be all shapes and sizes and yada, 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 tinfoil head moment. But I don't agree that they want things to fail, because if it fails, then you look bad and it delegitimizes what you're trying to do. I feel like these people in their heads, if I were to play devil's advocate, if I'm playing devil's advocate, these people believe that they're going to be successful. They do it with the intent to be successful. They just delude themselves thinking that everyone is in the same room as them when they're not. Zufa, yeah, I don't think that's their goal. They're just pushing agenda. Other than that, it's not their concern. Yeah, I don't think they want it to fail. I think they're just pushing it out. Some probably think they're going to be successful. Some just want to see change. I think it's just the CEOs want to please the DEI crowd, but also don't want to lose money. Still losing though. So they double dip with old IPs because it worked before. You know what? You're probably right, Azula. That's probably what it is. See, like in a lot, we've talked about this before in another live stream where a lot of these CEOs don't actually give a shit about diversity or inclusion. All they give a shit about is getting that extra, the extra money. Recent Dragon Age are good showing this. I do agree. Dragon Age was, if there were like, there's a couple of games where I could be like, yeah, I could see that being woke. That one was, I've seen the dialogue and it was cringe millennial bullshit where they were definitely trying to push an agenda. Oh my God. I like, there are certain games like Reloaded was another one. Again, I've said this, I beat this dead horse about Reloaded, but I watched a black streamer, call it out and he's like, this is some racist shit. And I was thinking the same thing, like, this is some racist shit. So there are concessions I will make to say that something is woke or done to push an agenda. I just don't subscribe that every little thing that has X, Y, Z is woke, DEI, or like, I'm not in that ballpark. I've not been pushed to that degree, but I do make concessions when I do see games that are just so blatant that you can't even like have a doubt in your mind.
Speaking of the destruction of World of Warcraft, just while Emerald Apple was on that topic, Kevin Deanna says, basically the entire industry needs to be burned to ash and rebuilt from the ground up. Quote tweeting Nurkish, quote, I wish we hadn't called it Warcraft. The absolute state of this game.
There's no shot. You don't want it. If you're playing like you're playing war, you're fighting a war, you are using, magic. What do you mean you don't want to call it Warcraft? What is this, handhold craft?
These are the feminists that have invaded the game industry. These people right here.
And I just want to bring it to as many people as possible. And that means, evolve.
It needs to be accepted by everyone. We need to make sure we make a game that takes.
I think the worst, and by the way, this is a corporate agenda. Make a game for everyone. But the problem is when you make a game for everyone, it's for no one. You cannot make a game for everyone. Very rarely are you going to have a game that is inclusive for everyone. And I don't mean like, your basic inclusion. I mean, your little Timmys, your average Joes, your hardcore player. You can't always make a game that is successful. Sometimes you have to make a game that is for your hardcore chuds or your little Timmys. You choose one or the other. You can't make everyone happy, and very few games can actually do that successful.
Into consideration feelings of people. Yes.
Evolving what Warcraft means, what it is, and where it's going. We want it to be approachable, and that's also part of it. Even with Chris Metzen, we talk about sometimes he's like, man, I wish we hadn't called it Warcraft. It sounds kind of intimidating.
I don't even play Warcraft, and even I'm cringing over that. There is no shot. You know what? I'm getting PTSD. This reminds me of the same developer, like from 343. I think they got laid off. That like a couple years ago when they talked about Halo Infinite, they talked about how they didn't like guns. They didn't want to make gun or edit guns, or they complained about guns. They were against guns, and yet they worked on Halo. And the excuse that they used was, well, you're using those guns to kill aliens, so it's okay. The exact statement I don't remember, but that was along the lines. Oh yeah, I remember that. The dude said he hates guns. That person, like, if you want to say that person's woke or a baby bag bitch, I would agree. Those are people that should not be working in video games. If you think a title is intimidating, Warcraft is intimidating, not only should you not be making video games, but any video game you make is not going to be targeting actual gamers, because real gamers are not going to be intimidated by Warcraft. Azula, working on FPS game, like, why are you even there, mate? Exactly.
So a soy boy and a female dev talking about how Warcraft is intimidating, and they shouldn't have called it that.
But so, okay, she didn't say that though. Like, I'm pretty sure it was something she was talking. Let's back it up. I want to be fair. I want to make sure I hear because doesn't sound like she said it. It was someone else that said it.
Means what it is and where it's going. We want it to be approachable, and that's also part of it. Even with Chris Metzen, we talk about sometimes he's like, man, I wish we hadn't called it Warcraft.
Okay, so he called it, but she's talking about being approachable. What if you're talking about approachable as in like getting into the game approachable, like new player approachable? That's one thing. If we're talking about the theme and the vibe of it being approachable, then that's when you're like, okay, this person shouldn't be working in this game.
Sounds kind of intimidating.
So a soy boy and a female dev talking about how Warcraft
a game for everyone is a game for no one. Exactly.
and they shouldn't have called it that. What the fuck are we doing? What happened to gaming? Holy crap. Daga says, you telling me this guy lied and dozens of legacy game devs fired and single-handedly ruined World of Warcraft? I know, shocking, right? Shocking. Emerald Apple, quote tweeting, the only value that these male simps have is to be the feminist ally. These men will lie and backstab you just for a chance at hooking up with women or even gaining some female attention. They throw other men under the bus just for the chance at being a female ally. Outside the context,
I believe in this. And the reason I can believe that statement is because there's people that will ally with billion-dollar companies for the hope and chance that they'll be recognized and loved by the billion-dollar companies. There are people that are delusional, unhinged for billion-dollar companies and will defend them with their life. And if they're willing to do that, then I have no shadow of a doubt that this is a true statement, that people will try to, make themselves match to get a, be able to get a booty call. I believe it. I've seen some unhinged people. This is the least unhinged. I can believe, like, at least you could be like, okay, wow, these dudes are trying to look good for the ladies because they want to get laid. Trust me, the billion-dollar company isn't going to tickle your pickle.
Of him simping for being the feminist ideology, women would ignore him. Just a slimy, smarmy man that other men would shun and never trust. A man like that would never had any power had it not been for the Me Too movement for him to grift on. Wow, bro. Wow. We have Halo 3 dev. Niles.
Hold on. We'll come back to that. Zula, as we talked about WoW Classic and new WoW Story, new one is just safe space shit, while old story is about men doing action. I mean, it's Warcraft, right? Like, I'd imagine to be war, right? Zulfa, yeah, they're disregarding people's preferences by making it generic. Ooh, I hate generic games.
Quickly becoming one of my favorite follows on X right now. The Cosby Hotel rape room is maybe the dumbest misogyny story to come out of the game industry, ... And that's saying a lot. It's Dr. Evil levels of absurdity. Here's the plan. We'll get a hotel room at E3, publicly announce that we're naming the room after a rapist, and then we'll rape.
Sometimes common sense isn't common sense. But I also, listen, as much as you're like, damn, people are stupid, I also want to say this right now. People are actually this stupid. People will do, like, if you actually look at some like heinous shit, people will actually do stupid shit like this and think that they're smart. Like, they will do blatant, obvious things and be like, what? Like, the stupid people like this do exist. I'm not saying that, you shouldn't doubt it. Like, oh, okay, well, maybe we should look into this a little bit more. But, yeah, people are this stupid that they will actually, like, it would not surprise me that people are naming things, like, calling rooms Epstein's Island or Epstein's hotel or Epstein's bedroom. Like, let's be honest. I guarantee people are doing dumb shit like that.
Women there. Nobody will suspect a thing. Coming full circle on him with his books that he wrote about Blizzard and the alleged misogyny working at the studio. And then after an investigation, a thorough investigation, nothing substantiated was found in California. In California, they couldn't find anything.
Yeah, and if you want to watch the rest, there's 4 minutes. The link will be down below. I'm trying not to go to like an hour video on this, even though it's like 46 minutes, 16 minutes. But we had a lot of conversations. I feel like this brought up a lot of topics on things that I don't necessarily always talk about, to be brutally honest. And usually because I don't go deep into some of this, but this is a conversation about, someone who's a game journalist, someone that is been trusted as news sources, coming out as being a liar and all perpetuating, disingenuous information that hurts real people. I feel like it's a conversation to actually have and talk about. So, and even though I don't agree with a lot of what Smash says, I do like to react occasionally to people on either side just to get out of my viewpoint, because I don't always agree with what these people say, but I don't try to stay in my own incubation chamber, right? So if you know, that's all I gotta say. The link will be down below to watch the last 4 minutes to check it out. I'll see you guys in the next one. As always, don't forget to game out, and I'll see you next time. Peace. Bye-bye. All right. Let me, you know, I always try to keep up videos, and it takes up too many tabs. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to make a dock. I don't want to count. Oh my God, flashbang. I thought I fixed the flashbangs. God, stupid. There we go. Thank you. I'm going to just, I thought we fixed this. Okay, kind of. It's not good. It's not good still. I'm just gonna make a Google Doc so I don't have all these links up, because it does get cluttered on my screen, especially if I decide to do another video. So I'm just gonna take the title. That's not what I wanted. I want to take the title, and then the video, so I know who it is. Or yeah, there we go. I think you can group or your tabs. If tab is too much. Oh, I'm just gonna condense it. I'll go. Okay, that tab's gone. Get rid of that. All right. We're gonna do. So this is gonna be a shorter video. Okay, it's gonna be a shorter video. It is. How many videos do I want to get to? There's several like 10-minute. That, by the way, I say short. That was a 60-minute video, but this one's a little bit more passionate. The other videos shouldn't take too long. These are very short, bite-sized videos. And then I don't know if we want to end the stream with some Power World, maybe, question mark? Because I do need to do some Dungeonatos, but I don't know. I like, I need to make a playlist to corral all the Power World stuff together. So it's on its own playlist. We'll see how it plays out. I might just jump onto Warframe for a little bit or something and dick around with that. I don't know. We'll see. Or I may just get off for the night. We'll see how we feel. Because I probably will get off to go make thumbnails. I'm really bad about making thumbnails right now. So. Scholars, welcome back to the counselor's office. I'm Mr. Gaming Counselor, and we are continuing our live recording. I actually enjoy, live streaming, getting some interaction. I need to do better. As you can tell, we've slowly been improving the quality. We're streaming on 4K. We've got overlays. There's more I would like to do, like unique things. I still need to get my Stream Deck because I got some fun things planned. I just got to learn how to do it. So I need to hook this up. But I do have it working where I can use the green screen and hook up the PC. The problem is I need to link the PC to this PC, and then I can just literally flip a switch, or in this case, maybe a deck to transition the scene and go and do a cool green screen effect.Maybe that's what I'll do for the next live stream. I'll try to have it prepared, and we'll do like we'll do a couple hour or an hour and a half video for our reaction replay podcast. I know, what a weird intro, but I wanted to take the time to really tell you guys that I'm brainstorming. I've just been doing a bad job because I'm playing a lot of video games this summer. I know, a gamer playing as many video games as possible over the summer. Sue me. I know one day I'm going to find a woman. She's going to get all my attention. Then I'm going to get married to her. Then I'm going to have kids with her. And then my life is going to be them. And so games are going to have a backseat. So I'm enjoying the bachelor life as much as possible. I know some people, go do parties and stuff as a bachelor. I play video games. I'm a nerd. I get pleasure from video games. So that's where I live. Anyways, talking about video games, we've got Bellier news. I like Bellier. He's professional. He's articulate. He has banger videos, and they're also pretty bite-sized. something that I would, with Indie Bites, this is kind of where I get the idea to do short videos, is from Bellular and other content creators like him. Maybe not as clean, as professional as him. Maybe one day we will be. But in general, I do like Bellular. And I have heard a certain Destiny content creator constantly bring up a video game called RuneScape, which is funny because I've actually played RuneScape, and I went through high school playing RuneScape. I went through RuneScape, and I've said this before in another RuneScape video, which really pissed people off because it was about like, I don't know what it was about, but it really pissed people off, which is kind of funny because we're about to talk about RuneScape. I remember going in high school. It was like freshman year. I would go to my local library. We didn't have internet where I lived. I lived with my parents at the time before I moved into my best friend's house, and they had internet. I didn't have internet. I literally had like not a flip phone, but it was equivalent to a flip phone when people had smartphones. Like, I was a broke boy. I'm saying it, okay? So I would go to the library and spend like 30 minutes to an hour or however long, because they would cap the time that you can be on the computers, and I would play RuneScape. So as someone who's lived in that world before, and Astrocross keeps talking about it, Bellular's talking about it, I'm very interested to say players are back. RuneScape finally cut the crap. I stopped playing because I kept on doing a lot of weird shit, and I know there's Classic. I just never went back. I'm very tempted to go try RuneScape once again just to see what it's like. Not the new one. I want to do Classic, but we're going to react to Bellular and see what is going on in the world of RuneScape.
What do the biggest, most valuable companies in gaming have in common? It's that they profit from doing what many of us consider the wrong thing. Loot boxes, gacha, predatory monetization, and the exploitation of users.
It's funny that they bring up Roblox, because Roblox has, I'm going to be honest, I think Roblox and Fortnite isn't even predatory. I don't. Like, out of everything, considering the sandbox and the amount of service that they give you, I think Roblox and even Fortnite are the least predatory in the sense of like the price and what they offer. You could say that they've been predatory. Like, obviously Fortnite was doing a lot of scummy shit that they got sued for. Like, I'm not excusing that predatoriness. I'm just saying, for the bang of your buck, and just for the fact that it's a free game that you never have to, really have to do the microtransactions, and for the amount of like playtime you can get out of it, I think it's pretty fair compared to the rest of the industry.
Labor, let alone the way employees are often treated pretty shitty and the knock-on effect that has on the quality of our games. And the argument is easy. Doing the wrong thing pays off.
He's doing green screen, and his mic sounds different too. Like, I'm curious. I don't know if now I understand why people talk about my mic. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know if I don't know.
Living ethically, honorably, doesn't always pay off, and rarely at the same scale. Whenever Jagex, developers of RuneScape, announced that they were pulling loot boxes from RuneScape, ending XP sales, and listening to their players...
They had loot boxes in RuneScape? No way. Also, this is Bandos? Am I saying that right? Bandos? I think it's Bandos armor. It was like a membership armor. I lived as in high school. I was a broke boy. I'm saying it. I played the free stuff. Like Zamorak was like my drip. I would walk around with Zammy, and then I would have the Santa hat and all that shit. Like, I was the bee's fucking knees. Like, I was like, I got the drip. And then I also would scam people and steal their accounts. I'm an asshole. Listen. If there's, I have never hid the fact, even in high school, I'm an asshole. I was an asshole. I scammed so many people RuneScape. I got so much gold. I got so much free shit. And a lot of it had to do with me taking people, either baiting them into a dungeon or an area where they got killed, or I took them out to the wilderness, or I just straight up hacked their account. Did I say hack? Because they gave me their information. And then I dropped their stuff in some obscure corner and then took them back. And then I went to the corner, or I already had my character in the corner. I'm an asshole, right? I don't do it anymore, and I wouldn't do it anymore. But as a high schooler, like I did you use any EQ for your mic? I use something. Like I'm using EQ now. If it doesn't sound bad, but yeah, back then I was an asshole. So I don't know why I'm going on a tangent. It's just memory lane.
Their game. Well, they said that they would be the exception. And according to their CEO, it actually hasn't paid off. At least, not yet. In January 2026, RuneScape developer Jagex did the goddamn right thing. They removed their loot box-like monetization systems. They stopped rotating cosmetics and selling consumable items.
Oh, I do remember the cosmetics. That was the last thing that I remember when I stopped playing. They introduced cosmetics for a membership. I remember that. And they had some really cool cosmetics, which really pissed me off. I was like, damn it.
They ended direct XP sales. These were things that the RuneScape community hated. This being done is nearly unprecedented in gaming, and especially because it was planned by devs, but it was ratified through a player vote. Now, this was rightly celebrated, and it was kind of shocking. Perhaps especially because this all followed the 2024 sale.
Wow. Remove treasure hunter, you decide. Oh my God. You're telling me that Jagex gave the community the right to vote on removing something, especially MTX, monetary. The community says, get rid of it. And they said, okay, we're going to remove it. I cannot think of Bungie doing that. I can't think of Activision doing that. And any other egregious, greedy company. I could never imagine them letting their community make this decision for the game. Oh my God.
Of the company to private equity firms for about 1.1 billion USD. Whenever that happens, the game usually does get more hostile to players, not less, as they try to increase value. And it pointed to a new era for the game, perfectly timed because it just entered its 25th anniversary year. But it did not, it seems, produce a financially sound year. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm very good at signing up for a free trial, telling myself I'll cancel it later, and then finding the charge.
I do that. I am really bad.
Sponsor Rocket Money is real useful. It securely finds recurring charges and brings them all into one place, so you can actually see what you're actually paying for and cancel unwanted subscriptions.
Jesus Christ, $98 at Walmart.
Taps, which is exactly the sort of boring life.
What the fuck are you running at Walmart.com for $98? What the hell? Bro, I forgot that I had like Xbox Pass. And I was like, bro, I'm not even using that. So cancel that shit. I found out, what was it, Nintendo? I like back when I thought I was going to play a bunch of Pokemon ZA, I bought it. Worst decision of my life. I didn't even try to complete the Pokedex for that shit game. So, screw me for that. Oh my God. What are you spending $98 on at Walmart? That's a recurring subscription.
Admin that, well, so many of us, including me, just end up putting off. But that's far from all Rocket Money does. It can give you one view of your spending across all your linked accounts with categories and reports that make it way easier to spot where your money is actually going, rather than having to guess and piece it together from several different apps in a way that's a total hassle. So, to get started,
I'm going to try for free and unlock more features premium. I'm going to be honest. This is I don't believe in using an app to do your job of reminding yourself of what you need to pay. Like, check your damn bank account.
For free.
That's not what I have to do.
.com/bellular or scan the QR code.
This is like Lazy Boy R Us.
Just use the link down in the description. You can unlock even more features with premium, and the URL is rocketmoney.com/bellular. And a big thanks to them for sponsoring the show. In an interview with the game business, Jagex's CEO, John Bellamy, really didn't mince his words. All the changes have not paid off, quite literally. Here's what he said.
It has impacted revenue, not positively, but exactly as we thought that it would. So RuneScape revenue down is down quite a large chunk.
The thing is, this was the only way it could go. Jagex pulled the most hated predatory monetization systems and replaced them with nothing. There was not a new plan to get players to spend more money. So
I think that's on them. But like you did the good job at removing what was people didn't like, give you problems and sell you the solution type of stuff. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Listen, I'm like you. That sounds like bad planning on me. Like, what I'm afraid of is that people like are gonna use, like, when I hear stuff like this, it causes me to fear that this becomes leverage in the future, where they're like, well, we tried listening to you guys and it hurt us. It wasn't beneficial for us, and we can't sustain. We need funds. But in this case, they removed something that was egregious that no one liked, and they didn't do anything like try to replace it with something that is acceptable by the community. And that's a you problem. That's a skill issue for you. And I feel like a lot of companies would use that as a Uno reverse card. Like, see what we tried your way. It didn't work. So we're going to go back our way. I don't know. Like, I have trust issues when it comes to companies. Like, I just don't trust very many game companies. I don't. It's trust issues. We've been screwed too many times by greedy corpo. It's hard for me to trust.
Oh, of course they were losing revenue, but the thing is that this was actually all calculated by them. You see, 2024's financials showed a worrying trend. Revenue and profit were down, microtransaction and premium revenue were both down year on year, and the only thing that was increasing, well, that was the single revenue stream that made up 78% of the company's income, which was subscriptions. And the only way you can increase your subscription revenue is to increase player counts, or increase the price. And so far this year,
man, did you all hear that? I'm sorry. Did you hear what he just said?
You can increase your subscription revenue is to increase player counts.
Subscription is their biggest form of money. They need player counts, not retention, player counts. Let's hear it again. Run it back to me, Bellier.
Was subscriptions. And the only way you can increase your subscription revenue is to increase player counts.
Oh, yeah, retention's all nice, but you need those player counts to make the retentions worth it. Oh my God. Only if Marathon fans would figure that out. Wow.
Or increase the price. And so far this year, player counts have not risen in some great vast way, though they are very healthy indeed. And to basically understand what's going on and why they did this, we can just go back to their own words. Here's what they said. We have lost players to the way we approach microtransactions. It's pretty simple. And the thing is that after the changes, well, this was said.
The membership has now stabilized for the first time in about 4 years.
And that is the big thing. Jagex have leveled out their single most important metric, players. But they've only been given the grace to do that because of how the rest of the business is doing. That is currently good news for them, good news for RuneScape, but it does make you wonder what if the rest of the company stopped doing so well.
RS25 is all about three things. It's about turning around RuneScape and getting it into a stable state so it's not on a decline, and that's our smaller product, but it deserves.
What you mean? You want to stabilize and you want more players? You don't just want to say 5,000 players is good? Oh, it's almost like you got to tell Bungie that.
It was a great life ahead of it. Give it that shot. We've just talked about it.
So that is how Bellamy frames why they could take the risk that they took with RuneScape to try and stabilize it. The RuneScape franchise,
damn it, I want to play RuneScape now,
recently is their biggest thing. You see, Jagex sold off developers GameSpires in 2026, only 3 years after buying them. They then changed their trading name to Jagex, the RuneScape company.
What?
So they are very
I didn't know they did that.
Committed. What gets interesting is not that they made the changes they made or that players ratified them, it's that they had approval from the people who own them, the private equity firms who basically are the shareholders in this case, acting sort of as the shareholders would.
And the team above me all wanted to swing for the fences and accepted that this was going to be short to medium term pain. And they all agreed that we don't expect to see a turnaround happen inside of 12 months. This is a longer term thing, but we're taking this investment and this risk because you can't continue to do exactly what we're currently doing and expect different behavior.
Now, if I was to be cynical, I could say that might mean that come January 2027, those shareholders start expecting things to flip overnight with massive player growth and massive revenue. They've certainly invested enough money to warrant wanting those things. But in January, Bellamy told GameIndustry.biz that he had gone to the board to beg for, quote, multiple tens of millions of dollars more than the company had ever spent before. So basically, they're taking in less and they're investing more.
I think we said publicly, correct me if I'm wrong, we're putting about £200 million invested into our games starting in its 25th anniversary for the next couple of years. And that's like a profound level of investment that will set Old School, set it up to turn into a sort of stalwart product rather than a scrappy underdog.
Just under 10 times the profit they made in 2024, which is a huge commitment to this idea. Though it is, of course, a commitment.
Hold on. Subscriber, average daily members, 1.3 million. Oh my God. That's a lot of fucking people, like daily members, subscribers, not just peak. By the way, can I just give a shout out to Jagex for giving out this information? Imagine any other like gaming studio giving out this information where they're being transparent. My God, I would love to see this shit for other games.
Which is a huge commitment to this idea. Though it is, of course, a commitment they could still pull back should the winds change. But the principle does run bigger than any one game, and it does run longer than any 1 year. So with that going on, where is all of this confidence coming from? Old School RuneScape is basically a workhorse for Jagex, and it has paid off their investment.
For Old School RuneScape, I think we broke just about every record we've ever had across every major metric in the last 12 months multiple times. It's on an unbelievable kind of heater.
And that's not idle boasting of things we can't check. We can actually see that OSRS has hit its highest peaks ever in history. That happened early 2026 with more than 260,000 players. And if you pick a random day in just this past week, you'll see that the OSRS 24-hour peak comfortably competes with the top 10 games on Steam.
You're telling me we're comparing charts? But I was told charts are not, like, this is not acceptable. You can't just, what? You can't look at peaks. I was told that Steam chart watching and this is not acceptable. You can't look at the population like this. No, this is not acceptable. You can't do that.
OSRS 24-hour peak comfortably competes with the top 10 games on Steam. And then there's RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Right out of the gate, it blew past financial expectations. We all know it was a pretty big hit. The devs even said as much in their first roadmap, where what they wanted to do was just a shadow drop and then ramp up interest. Obviously, it went a little bit more than that.
We thought that game was going to sell about 200,000 units in early access. We're at about 1.3 million now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, since the beginning of this month, we've sold about another 100,000 units.
Now, the game is already gearing up for its full launch out of early access this September. And the reason why is you cannot launch on PS5 and Switch 2 with early access. But there's actually something else Dragon Wilds did. It's an international success. But most importantly, in one of the biggest markets they can expand into.
And we've seen, I think, 41% of day one sales of Dragon Wilds on the day that we released were sold in China. Since then, it's been more than 20%.
Bellamy frames that as basically success on something that's
It is. There's a reason why Marathon is struggling. They have no sales in China. China, even though like a lot of mobile, China is a massive consumer of video games. You're right, Azula. China is massive. And if you don't capture that audience, your game is not successful. I'm sorry. You need to be able to capture that. 41% exactly.
Specific, and something that actually challenged Jagex's assumptions about how their business could work.
Yeah, we have absolutely no presence. And part of that is because of what we make. We make these kind of Monty Python style humor, slightly self-deprecating, that kind of Blackadder, Rowan Atkinson, very British style of humor. It's been very Western world centric. That hasn't always resonated culturally in other nations, or at least that's what we just assumed. And then you release a product in China for the first time a week ago, and we've seen there's enough there for us to say, look, maybe our long-held suspicions about cultural fit aren't as true as we thought they were.
And the kicker, so far at least, is that only 75% of players have been RuneScape players in some other format, meaning that 25% of the game's players came from outside of the RuneScape orbit. That's pretty big. They basically managed...
Azula, even Warframe in China as well. Yes.
To grow their business without resorting to the, egregious monetization or dark patterns or any of that nasty shit. And at least Bellamy's framing is that this is because you can't just rely on whatever the data suggests will be successful. And if I was to draw a thread through so much of what's been frustrating about the games industry over the last 15 years, it's the numbers are a lagging indicator. You only see sales numbers after the fact. And when we find ourselves led by lagging indicators, we can really miss the forest for the trees. We can really end up optimizing the wrong thing. And I'm sure you felt that in the games that you play. And I guess while this is only one CEO, if we can get more CEOs finding themselves in positions like this, well, that might just be good for the games industry. Because if the only thing we follow is money in the short term, gaming is not going to be something worth loving. Let's deal with the data side properly. So,
Zulfa, is Tencent involved with JADX? A genuine question. I have no idea. I have not been part of that RuneScape world in a long time.
JADX could have doubled.
It was like early 2000s. Like, that's when I graduated, 2000? When did I graduate? 2011? Yeah, I graduated a long time ago. Like, that tells you it's been some time.
Down. They could have looked at the falling revenue and player numbers and just decided to go harder in monetization to maybe squeeze the people who remained more, which of course is going on everywhere. Many other bigger, more successful companies have done just that, and we've even seen Sony overtly talk about how they need to increase revenue per user in the face of current market conditions. Let's just say. And the thing with this story is that JADX for the longest time had just been following the data in that very traditional shitty way. The layoffs of, say, June 2025 gutted community managers and support staff. They ended bespoke projects like Sandaris. Bellamy himself didn't want to risk the controversy of developing Pride content. They were so, defensive and worried. There were many rationalizations that just never quite rang true. But when it comes to the money, he is rather clear here in this interview, and he's clear that they cannot just follow the data, that they cannot do it.
So I couldn't have put it better myself. It doesn't feel safe. I think it feels safe to have numbers making the decisions for you.
Yeah.
I think as soon as you get lost in that, you're not really making decisions anyway. You're just letting consequences roll out of data points, which is unfortunate. I think for
which is what you're seeing with these big studios that they're shutting down, or big companies like Sony and Microsoft, they're shutting down studios. They're laying off a bunch of people. They're making dramatic changes. They're like, again, people act like the numbers don't matter. They do. But I think when you get lost as a company, you're getting lost in the sauce. You're chasing the numbers. You're not chasing, success.
Us leading with heart is the only thing that we can really do well. I think we're never going to outdata the big guns.
So on monetization, at least, they can do the right thing. Seemingly backed by staff, by corporate shareholders, by leadership goals, and even by data. But it has not paid off yet. And that obviously is what they want to change.
They have bunny girls? Oh my God, they got bunny girls.
Need to change.
On October the 3rd at Rune.
No wonder China... Bro, no wonder the Asians like the game. 41%. They saw Bunny Girl and they're like, damn, I need that anime waifu.
Fest will be announcing our equivalent of putting a feast on the table to really actively win people back. And that'll be happening much sooner than I think many people expect.
Obviously, any interview like this will soon turn to the future, especially when it's in the context of good things were done, but the numbers haven't quite went up yet. And the basic way this story is shaking out is that everything before October is just fixing problems with JADX's business model, fixing the things that pushed people away, the parts that broke people's trust, and that is broadly done now. But stripping that stuff out is nice, but it's not what the shareholders wanted to invest in. They will almost certainly want to target player retention. They will want to bring people back in. They will want to get more money. Hopefully that won't mean they fall
magic carpet, cool.
bad patterns and practices. There is just one question looming over all of this, and that is, the people holding the purse strings might have agreed that they don't expect a turnaround within 12 months. Question is, when do they expect that by? And if they don't see one, what happens then? Because in this case, doing the right thing had a cost. That will obviously need to be paid somehow, but not only somehow. It needs to be paid somehow by some time. And that's the challenging thing. Games are hard. Live games are even harder.
Yes.
And there are things in the market, headwinds, etc., that you can't always predict. But what I can at least say, as
Cat Girl too. They have Cat Girls.
Lapsed RuneScape player, is that this is the first time in my adult life that RuneFest is even in my head as something I might be interested in.
Ooh.
That's quite the achievement. So, for the sake of good video games,
it's such a clean fucking outro.
But if you'd like to learn a bit more about the guy who thinks that this AI voice acting is right, well, what?
He has such a clean, like his presentation is so clean. Like I know he probably pays an editor to do it, but damn, it looks fucking clean. Like I aspire to have such a clean setup. Like man, it's just, I would love something clean. And I do have the green screen, by the way, so I can do some green screen videos like this. I just need to write scripts and actually take the time to do stuff. And that's the biggest problem for me is one, right now, summer is stop playing games and actually just make videos. But I kind of do whatever the F I want. And most of the time, my desire to just chill and play games kind of overrides that. Like, I'm being really honest. Streaming and recording, that's fine. Editing, like I have to be in the mood. It's a hobby versus, hey, it's a job. I don't do, when it starts becoming a job, I literally rebel against myself. Like, no. I like, when it becomes a job, I don't do it. The Bellier mic is kind of ass here. Sounds muffled. He's probably experimenting like I did. Like he might have like a piece, like a hot mic. Like mine doesn't sound great for my reviews, but that's okay because I want it to sound different because usually my skits aren't just me in front of a microphone. So it's supposed to sound different. I like the green screen. I don't like, or at least the black screen, whatever he's doing. It looks really clean. Yeah, the mic sounds muffled. Yeah. To be honest, MMO in China are pretty massive enough to have their own market category. Yeah. Anyways, hit the like button, comment down below, and subscribe to the channel. Link will, like I said, if I didn't say it already, will be down below. Bellier is awesome. Shout out to them. And I will see you guys in the next video. Huzzah! Hey, look, guys. We reacted to something that wasn't Bungie. And it was RuneScape. Now I'm going to download RuneScape. I've got to play some RuneScape. I'm just gonna put RuneScape, Bellier, and then here's the link. That way I just know. What is this? This is
Destiny's next chapter has already begun. The community said, fuck it. If Bungie won't do it, we will. Destiny lives forever, or at least as long as we can keep the lights on. Let's see what we're cooking up today.
Oh, he's just reacting to a reaction. I just wanted to see what it was. This is a vase. If I'm going to react, I'm going to watch the actual video. I'm not. By the way, Evase is such a coper, dude. Every fucking video I've seen about this guy is literally just coping. Destiny's next game may already be decided. I have never seen anyone. I'm kidding you not. I've never seen anyone cope more than Evase. Sorry. This guy, I've seen so many clickbait videos of desperation. Like, shout out to Evase for literally giving all the cope. Oh my God. I have to watch this. Where was it? The Impossible, not that, Destiny's next game. Destiny's next chapter has already begun. What? Again, I don't understand this person. You have to be absolutely delusional to accept anything. And this seems like a common trend. Like, how many of these has he done? His marathon is this marathon's last chance. The impossible just happened. Bungie's future just got much worse. The biggest mistake Destiny ever made. There's no way this is real. So Destiny stuck like this forever. Destiny still has one last hope. See? Like the one last hope right there. You can see it right there. Destiny's 2 next DLC. Oh. I gotta watch this one. Not what you think. Wow.
Gaming is expensive. Publishers are scared of making new games. Instead, they are looking backwards. Remasters, remakes, reboots. They're everywhere.
He's going to say the next game we get is going to be a Destiny 1 remake. Honestly, I'm going to say I'm going to cope. I'm joining the cope boat. I'm joining it. Scholars, welcome to the counselor's office. I'm Mr. Gaming Counselor. This is the first time I've ever done an intro like this where I'm literally live streaming and just something pops up and we do it on the fly. Was not planned. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to react to this video. I'm on the cope boat. If that's what he's saying, if that's what he's alluding to, is that we're going to get a Destiny 1, fucking bring it. I would go ham for a Destiny 1 remake. Don't think it's going to happen, Jimmy, but who knows? I mean, if you just take what was already there, we've already seen one company take a Bungie product and uplift it. As long as they don't make the same mistakes as Halo Studios and make edits, but to keep it exactly the same with better graphics, Destiny 1 remake could pop the fuck off. We'll see. That's pure. No, it's not even cope. It's hope. It's like big suck on the. I don't have anything that looks like weed or something. I don't even have my fake cigar. I'd be like puffing the crap out of it. That looks really weird. You can do that. Sorry. Let's get to the video. Zufa, now that's junky behavior. I was like, what? That's with a wow before. Sorry. So we're going to jump into the video. The link will be down below because I'll probably forget, but man, what a video. I hope you enjoy this. This is completely on the fly. Wasn't even expecting to watch this. Yeah, baby. Let's go.
Bethesda got in on the action and has 2 more in the works. Ubisoft just had Black Flag Resynced. And you can bet,
which we need to play. I have bought it. I don't care. I never played Black Flag. Like I played it, like I bought it once or twice. I bought it once, never beat it. So I don't mind rebuying it for PC because I never beat it. So it's a new game to me.
your dollar that none of this was random. It was a choice by these companies. And you can hook all of this into the future of Destiny 2. If Bungie can't realistically build a Destiny 3 anytime soon, maybe a remake isn't such a crazy idea after all.
It wouldn't be by Bungie.
All of this.
Let me tell you, it's crazy to think that marathon Bungie devs would stop what they're doing to make a Destiny 1 remake. It is more feasible for Sony to outsource to make a Destiny 1 remake. However, I think for the same reason that they shut down Destiny 2 is the same reason, or shut down end of service Destiny 2 is the same reason they wouldn't make a Destiny 1 remake. Because the one they would have to shut down the old Destiny 1, which I don't know if they're ready to cut ties, because I don't know if anyone's still buying or playing, consuming that game. Maybe they are, but that's one thing. And secondly, let's be honest, they would have to make this very aggressive with microtransactions. Like they would insert a lot more microtransactions. Even just buying this, we've seen this with Marathon. Just buying the game alone is not enough to support maintenance and all that jazz and development costs to make this. They would absolutely have to force a lot of microtransactions, and or they make you rebuy all the DLC individually again, which that would be a failure on its own. So I don't think from a financial standpoint, how they would be able to do it. From a fan of Destiny 1, I'm all for the hope. I need a nice intro.
I've seen chatter over the last several months about a Destiny.
I think it's a shame. It is such a shame that they have this statue. It feels insulting to have Master Chief in a studio where the percentage of people that actually made Halo is now like 5% or something. And most of the people that had stolen valor for saying they worked on Halo were just some secretaries and random side people that slowly got upgraded and integrated into the company later with Destiny. What, Tezbez? You agree with me in that statement too? Yeah, I'm pissed off too. Like the current Bungie does not deserve to have the statue. That's my point. Like it's just, I feel like I don't even think 343 deserves it, or Halo Studios deserves it right now either. But it feels like it should be in a museum and not Bungie. Like
I've seen chatter over the last several months about a Destiny remake. It's not happening as far as we know, but many have been asking for it. And honestly, with the route of the gaming industry, it might be the best move Bungie and Sony could make.
I don't know about
Instead
that.
of pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into a Destiny 3, which
I need to point this out with the statement he just made. Halo is getting massive mixed reviews and backlash. Assassin's Creed. Did I say? Wait, Halo Combat, yeah, campaign involves getting massive backlash. Assassin's Creed Black Flag has been getting some backlash. Oblivion remake or remaster, should I say, was accepted. The Resident Evil 4 remake was phenomenal. Dead Space was phenomenal. So there's some hits, there's some misses. So it is just because you remake something that's iconic doesn't mean that it's going to be successful. Just, it's not. Even that's not true anymore.
which probably would do well, no guarantees, even with a dedicated fan base. A remaster or remake built on the bones of something that people already love is going to be much safer. They can remake missions, add features like mantling.
I don't think that's even true.
Destiny remake. But the base game is already there to build on, and they already know that people loved it. It's going to be easier than making 5 new worlds, story campaigns, dungeons, strikes, and all of that.
It would be cool to go back to being
on top of it, what's most important for the publishers and owners of these companies is paying what it takes to develop all of that. So let's talk about the game industry and how this could become a reality. A big example is Bethesda. The company announced their studio plans a couple of weeks ago in a post. Starfield is going to continue, Fallout 76 too. There are remasters of Fallout 3 and New Vegas in development.
Flashbang, bro.
On a new Fallout project and the Elder Scrolls 6. So Bethesda does seem to have major releases lined up, but they too are going the route of cashing in on the past in the meantime.
I never finished this game. Now
those Fallout games need remasters. Me personally, I think the creation engine needs some big updates because
I didn't finish this either.
Haven't stood the test of time. The thing with these remakes and remasters is some of them are actually done pretty well and are needed. Exhibit A, just take a look at Ubisoft. They've been swinging and missing for how many years now with their big games? How many negative headlines have you heard about Ubisoft and their products? They are working on new games, even in established.
It's funny, again, the same thing is actually happening with Assassin's Creed Black Flag too.
Established franchises, but Black Flag Resynced came out recently and it looks great. Most people love it. So good remakes like Black Flag prove that people will absolutely buy these games again if they're done right, likely leading to the reason why we're seeing so many publishers head in that direction. Now, I don't blame these studios. Games today are insanely expensive to make.
Yeah, they are.
Half of them are broken when they release.
Yeah!
You get the occasional early access.
That's a good point. People, they want you to pay a premium for games that aren't even finished. Just keep that in mind. Like, I'm okay with like Skyrim bugs were redeeming and it was funny. But at the same time, the price wasn't egregious. Now consoles are getting expensive, accessories are getting expensive, PC parts are getting expensive, the games themselves are getting expensive. It's no longer funny to have a broken game. It's no longer acceptable in this day and age. Like a couple of moments, like okay, but if your game is like broken and the fact that it's not playable, that's a problem.
Game that turned into something great like No Man's Sky, which had a terrible launch period but is still going strong after 10 years.
I have bought this game a long time ago. I've yet to play it. There are so many games we need to play, but I keep looking at new games. And funny enough, Destiny right now. I played more Destiny in the past couple of months than I have in feels like 2 years.
In the eyes of some people, every AAA game has to have massive open worlds, crazy graphics, full voice acting, and live service plans. All of that costs hundreds of millions of dollars. So if you're a publisher looking at that, are you really going to gamble all that money on something brand new? Or are you going to remake a game that already has millions of fans waiting to buy it? I think that answer is pretty obvious. And this isn't a new take, but that's why I think we're going to keep seeing more of these, because the business side of gaming has totally changed, especially in the last 5 years.
That wasn't the mission.
Missions change, Chief. Always do.
Not every remake is good though, and this is where the issue begins to arise.
Hey, this was a good remake.
We've seen plenty of companies.
Why are you pointing out this game, bro? Crisis that was a banger. I don't know what you're talking about. We still have 2 and 3 to play, by the way. And we gotta play the other ones. I've never played Crisis 3. I do 2. Never played 3. But this adds to the list of stuff I gotta do. Damn, I gotta play video games, other games that I got. Man, damn.
Just slap better textures on an old game and call it a day. It was a different time, but Halo, the first anniversary remake, was basically just texture upgrades, so that gives you sort of an example. If that came out nowadays, players aren't stupid. They know the difference between a real remake and an easy cash grab. The good recreations will actually modernize the game. It could give you better controls, better movement, updated graphics, and quality of life improvements.
It's funny that he's using Halo Combat Evolved. I like Halo Combat or Campaign Evolved. I agree. I would definitely use it. This is an example, but in the current culture, to prove your point, I would not use this game to prove your point. In fact, you're missing Resident Evil 4, which tells me that he never played it, and Dead Space, which he probably never played it. But those are like perfect examples of games that are like mostly acceptable by people. Right now, it's mixed with Halo CE. I wouldn't touch that with 9-foot pole. The question would be, Azula, the question would be, who would work on the remakes? And people that worked on Destiny mostly gone. I don't know. I mean, honestly, get the people that made Destiny Rising. They did a really good job. I only hope New Vegas won't update their combat and graphics, but the rest of the content are still the same. I still haven't beat it, so I'm going to agree with you. I feel like Crysis remake not really needed because even the OG still look good. I mean, you know what's funny about Crysis is that for the longest time, Crysis was used as the benchmark for PCs. That if your PC couldn't handle Crysis, you had a shitty rig. I remember that because that used to be the benchmark was Crysis. That's how good it was. Let's see. Zufa, I mean, if the remake respects the original source, it's going to be fine. The issue is when a remake trying to fix that ain't broken. Yeah.
Stuff that makes you actually want to play through it again. If you had the same clunky experience with some nice textures, I don't think that would do too much for most people. But this is why games like Resident Evil and Dead Space were so well received. They respected the original games, but made it feel...
Respect. Listen, I don't know what he's going to say for the rest of the video. Even if I disagree with him, respect. The goats. The goats! The goats. That's all I got to say. I was not expecting it. Shout out to him for pointing these two out.
Brand new. The Oblivion remake released, and now Bethesda is working on those 2 Fallout remasters in Vegas and Fallout 3. Remasters and remakes are 2 different things, but both are generally the same idea. Retread old ground, improve or add on to the original. See the new Halo campaign Evolved. Looks beautiful, does have some issues.
The 3 new missions, those are the main issues. We still got to complete the achievements.
If Bungie ever did remake Destiny, I wouldn't want them to change everything. Keep the missions, keep the atmosphere, keep what made Destiny feel special. Just bring it up to some modern standards. Maybe you can add some new missions and quests if it sort of bridges story elements together, but I don't want some big change with some kooky voice lines in there.
Yeah.
Imagine a Destiny 1 with Mantle.
Well, they couldn't. You got to think they wouldn't be able to do that because, one, I don't think you can get Nathan Fillion back, or he would do it. You know, you're not going to bring back, Lance's gone, rest in peace. So you're not going to be able to do Zavala. I just don't know who you're going to. The only person that honestly they could introduce and squeeze in somewhere is Shahan. Because he's not part of the original story. So that's the only place that they could, force feed it in somehow to add more missions is Shahan. Astacross, aka
faster loading, inventory management, all the improvements we've gotten over the years with Destiny 2. That's the kind of Destiny remake I would be excited for. But the weird thing with Destiny is we've already gotten bits and pieces of the first game brought into Destiny 2. So if Bungie ever did remake it, do you remake just Destiny 1, or do you combine everything into a definitive experience? That'd be an interesting conversation for sure. Destiny 2 couldn't even manage campaigns and had to vault them because of size and other reasons. Would you even be able to combine both games? Now, the only thing that worries me is that are we going to get to a point where every studio is just looking backwards constantly? Because that's what it kind of feels like right now. Now, we are in a strange period of the industry after all the COVID changes and whatnot.
I gotta play this game too.
But how will the industry break out of this period? Remakes are awesome when they're done right, but I also don't want gaming to become nothing but those remakes. I think we still need new worlds and new stories and ideas. If every company starts playing it safe because remakes make easy money, the industry just stops moving forward. And
I agree with that statement, but at the same time, I feel like I would personally, as a gamer, would rather have some classics revamped. Like if they're done right, like Dead Space, Resident Evil 4, I would be okay with some classics being brought forward, some older games, like Red Faction, the classic Red Faction, or Wolfenstein, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, or other older games if they're uplifted and done justice as a remake. But if they're like Skyrim, The Last of Us, like that's where it becomes egregious. And I would rather have like an Oblivion remaster at the minimum versus, Starfield, which was nothing but an empty field for years. I'm sure it's better now and you can probably mod it, but I would rather have a remaster of Oblivion for the first time versus a brand new game that is just awful. Like if a new game is a downgrade from its predecessors, that's a bad thing. Well,
I think
baby
that's
girl.
how some of these smaller developers and companies are rising up, because they are the ones now creating these creative visions that players actually want to play. But when it comes to the large AAA publishers, maybe this is the plan. Remake a classic, try and make some money, and hopefully use that to fund the next big project. Whether that's a good thing or not, I guess we'll find out over the next few years. So my question to you in wrapping up this video is, what game would you like to see be remade or remastered? For me, Destiny is clearly near the top for obvious reasons. I'd rather have a sequel first 100 times over, but if Bungie can't even manage one game, I'm not sure how they'd build a massive new entry, especially with their current amount of developers. But let me know what game you'd remake if you could pick only one. But anyway, that's all we got for today's video. If you'd like to see some more gaming news, lore, and mysteries, just like...
I was expecting this video to be far more hopium based on like previous videos and the title and thumbnail. But as I've always said to people in the comment section who get mad at me based on the title or the thumbnail, watch the damn video before you make a comment down on the comment section. Here we are. Here we are being an example, watching the full thing, and now we know. I'm all for the hope train for some Destiny 1. I don't think Bungie could do it, and 2, I don't think they will do it, and 3, I don't think it would be financially viable to do it. But they could get the developers of Destiny Rising, I think it's at Tencent or whatever. to give it a gander, to give it a roll, to give it a chance. Because Destiny Rising, I mean, a lot of people said that Destiny Rising's version of raids were better than some of the Destiny raids that we've gotten so far, which I've yet to play. It's been a minute. Mobile games, not necessarily my jam. I mean, it was fun for what it was. I enjoyed playing. I can't get into mobile games for a long period of time. It's not the same to me. But if they made a Destiny 1, then I have no doubt they could do it right. But the link to the video will be down below. Give it a like. I actually like the video. Support some Destiny 1. So I'll give it a like. The link will be down below for you. And let me know what you think. As always, I'll see you guys in the next video. Until next time, game out. Huzzah! Who would have thought that we got a surprise video that was not planned? Literally the definition of dropping what you're doing to watch a video. That was exactly what happened. Literally dropped everything. Drop everything, go watch video. All right, so I've got to be picky. I don't think I'm going to watch this video that's that long. Let's see. 12 minutes, 26 minutes. If I'm going to hold off on legendary drops too. We'll see how I feel if I can do some longer videos. The short videos are also kicking my ass too, so give me a minute. Oh, let me stretch. We've been talking quite a bit. Give me a mini break. Oh, chat. Oh my God. Ow. Overstretched. Oh man, what an interesting night. Let's see, we've been going for 3 hours. Oh, it's on 2 o'clock in the morning. Jesus. Yeah, we definitely would not be able to do this during the school days. I would be dying inside. All right, so looks like I'm gonna have to save these for another day. But we'll do one more. Actually, did I want to talk about Halo? Or this was a day ago. This was 10 days ago. We'll watch 2 videos. It should be 20 minutes, so theoretically another hour. We'll see. I'm gonna watch this video. I wanted to talk about Halo. We kind of okay, well, I'm gonna do Halo first. If I decide to talk about the Ask Across this video was like a day later, so. Scholars, welcome back to the counselor's office. I'm Mr. Game Counselor, and we're back in the counselor's office. I think I said that. I don't know. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning, and we were live streaming, and I'm starting to get tire wired. Halo Combat Evolved, the classic, was loved by many, including myself. Halo campaign came out. It is mixed reviews. I am one of the people that like it and enjoy it. I'm not defending the 3 bonus missions. That's not part of the conversation for me because I'm looking at the remake of the actual beloved 10 missions, which by the way do have problems. Check out my brutally honest review. If it's up there, just look, it's somewhere in the channel. Go, it's right there. But I'm very, very brutal with that, and I give my fair opinions on it, right? But I'm not the only one that has reviewed and give their opinions on this game. A lot of people are upset about it, and someone who I've not really reacted to, like maybe one time, I'm not for sure, but we've reacted to Asmongold before. I already know he hates it, so I'm not even gonna watch it right now. I want to watch something different, so we're gonna watch The Moist Critical. Now I know I think I've reacted to his takes on Destiny. He likes Bungie, he's like Destiny, so I'm very interested to see what he thinks, coming from someone who's part of the Bungie world, it was interacted with it, what he thinks about Halo. So we're gonna watch this, and we're gonna see what the review feels like.
Finished the Halo campaign Evolved campaign, which if you don't know, this is the 3rd Halo Combat Evolved version.
Yes.
There's Halo CE, the original, the OG that started
Anniversary.
everything. And then there was Halo Anniversary, which was fundamentally a remaster that gave you the ability to flip between old and new graphics. That was the big thing. It was just a visual overhaul that didn't change any of like the gameplay elements direct.
No, it did in the fact that it changed the environment. Like one of the biggest negatives was the 343 Guilty Spark. They changed the environment, which did change some of the feel of the gameplay. It just, they didn't do like a good job of it. That's the problem.
Or anything like that. And then Campaign Evolved is the complete overhaul with the new engine, as well as like they redid some of the voice lines, and then they added bonus missions. I have not done the bonus missions yet. That I'm saving for something separate, because right now I want to review just the campaign that...
Okay. I'm interested to see what he thinks about the bonus missions, but I'm glad we're talking about the beef and not the side salad.
Has been remade. I played this with our Shopify Rebellion professional Halo Squad world champions, baby. So we co-opted it, played through on Legendary. It took right around 5 hours. It was fun to be able to play 4-player co-op. I think that was nice, and I had a lot of fun playing with them. Obviously, playing games together is always extremely fun, like pretty much regardless of what the game is. So I did enjoy that.
I want to do co-op Lasso. I want to go in and I want other people to suffer with me. I want other people to suffer doing Lasso. Now, I'm going to be honest. I cheesed Lasso with the glitch that's going on. By the way, Destiny player, hello, hi. I'm an original Bungie player in the Bungie world. They're okay with glitches and cheeses. It's part of the thing that they're used to. I've done it, and I partaked in the cheese as a good old classic, Destiny Halo fan. Gotta go for the cheese. If you're not cheesing end game, you're not playing a Bungie game correctly.
But we had, I think, 11 crashes. So all the reports that you've probably seen about the day one launch issues and like all the bugs and issues, holy fuck, that doesn't even begin to cover the half of it. I couldn't believe the amount of disconnecting and crashing we were experiencing.
It was stupid, dude.
We'd probably finish it in like 4.5, maybe.
It was really bad.
That is a problem that is truly diabolical. I won't harp on it.
It's not acceptable. I didn't I talked about it in my review, but I want you guys to know it's not acceptable for early access and or any game in this modern age, especially when it's supposed to be a remake. It's not acceptable if the game keeps crashing, especially on a beast computer. And I guarantee he has a beast computer. Like, I know for a fact that he has a top-of-line PC like I do. Like, this dude's optimized to the moon. There's no reason a game should be crashing.
Too long, but that's pretty inexcusable, especially for something that desperately needs a home run like Halo.
Yes.
And I said from the very beginning, I didn't love the concept of once again revisiting an old Halo game just as a reminder, like, hey, you remember when Halo was like the fucking juggernaut we all...
They should have started with Halo Reach. Halo Reach has not received any remake or remaster or remake. I feel like Halo Reach should have been the test bunny. It's obvious that Halo Campaign Evolved was the test. And I get it that it's not the Master Chief and they were afraid, people wouldn't like it because it's not Master Chief. But I'm gonna be honest, I feel like more people would be more accepting of a Halo Reach, and if you had multiplayer to it, if you had a multiplayer, I feel like Halo Reach would have been substantially more successful than having another Halo CE. Right? This is the third time that it's been released, even though it is graphically and engine wise, it is a complete improvement. There's some graphic issues like the stupid Chrome Forerunner structures and other things, but outside of that, it is a overhaul for new players who've never played it. Plot twist: data came in that only 1% of people on PlayStation played it, and 8% on Xbox. It wasn't a lot. Mostly probably PC players. So it really wasn't hitting margins like they thought it would.
Love Halo CE, right? Well, we're remaking it. We're doing another one. This is number 3. That's not super exciting to me. Like, I love Halo CE.
Especially at multiplayer.
I'm sure you know, but I've already replayed it recently on the gaming channel on Legendary, and it still slaps.
Yes.
And slaps doesn't even really encompass it. It doesn't do it justice. This shit.
It is, pun intended, legendary. It was such a damn good time to go through. I was so happy to play the classic. You can check out the live stream. I'm going to I need to go back and make a playlist. Each one has its own little thumbnails. Actually, I do think I have a playlist for it. I just need to make it visible. But damn, what a fucking good time that was on Legendary.
Will actually drain the piss from your balls, put hair on your chest. It is still timeless. Like, it is a classic, and it is still.
It will turn a man into a woman and a woman into wait, no, sorry. It'll turn a man into a boy into a man and a girl to a woman. That's right. It will thrust you into adulthood. That's how good. That's how good the classic is.
A lot of fun to play. So having another remake, well, the MCC wasn't a remake, it was a remaster, but still having another Halo CE, another rodeo here, just didn't get me pumped. I wasn't lactating at the notion. I would have much rather, after, how long has it been since Infinite? 5 years, 6 years maybe? I would have rather them just worked towards a new big Halo game, because this is Halo CE without the multiplayer.
Yeah.
And Halo CE's multiplayer was also incredible.
Yes.
So, like, you're releasing a neutered version of a product from fucking 2001. Like, I get that it's mainly a tech demo, like a tech test for the new engine. They're using Unreal now instead of what they had been using.
Halo Reach should have been better.
So I get, like, this is a big deal, but after playing through it now, I just don't feel it justifies its existence. Like, it doesn't feel like it serves a purpose beyond just showcasing, hey, we can make Halo CE on Unreal. Yeehaw. So anyway, let's dive into the meatballs. The game is how you remember it, like with the missions that you're going through, the levels stay the same, but they have a new coat of paint. And I think the visuals do look good. I do think in a couple of places they kind of lose the artistic vision for some of the levels, in particular Library. Library is a completely different level.
Yes,
that one is nothing like how you remember it, because
and unlike certain hallways look like they were made in Forge Map. We're just saying, like, everything else was good.
Library is infamous. It looks like they wanted to have a new take on it. I don't even like their new take. The level was still a snoozer, unfortunately. Yep. And I do think they lose a lot of the visual identity when it comes to things like that in certain scenes and parts of levels. But it's not the biggest deal in the world, because I do think visually the game looks great. And I think the game sounds great as well. I don't love all of the changes they made to the lines throughout the game, but for the most part, it stays very much intact with the same DNA as it always had. Most of the lines are still identical, but there are some tweaks that they made and some new additions they slid in there. That nothing that changes things in any huge capacity, but they are something that you'll notice if you're familiar with the OG. And I think they're fine for the most part, just kind of underwhelming, really. Nothing super special.
Like I said, what comes to mind, and I said it in my brutally honest review, was the change to dialogue about wanting to give the Magnum to his daughter versus "I don't keep it loaded, son." Like that, like those iconic lines. Like, why did you change it?
Special when it comes to that. Overall, still good. That being said, they did make some character changes. You'll immediately notice how different Cortana looks, for example. And for me, I much prefer the old Cortana design. I'm not been defending this Cortana. I just think people are over exaggerating her. But I said it in my review, I want the purple Cortana back. I'm just saying, I want I don't want Halo 4, Halo 5 over sexualized Cortana with big tatas. Though, to be not be hypocritical, they did give this Cortana a fat ass. I don't think there was a reason to redesign Cortana here. To me, that doesn't make sense.
It's stupid.
That doesn't hit for me. If you've never played Halo, this is your first exposure to the IP, you probably won't care all that much. But
no, you won't.
If you're familiar with the franchise, it just feels like a why did you do that kind of decision. And there's a couple of choices like that I don't think the new designs work super well for. They didn't hit for me. And then the biggest thing is the gameplay, because that's really what I believe this was supposed to be a showcase for, making Halo gameplay with Unreal Engine now. And I think they do hit the same gameplay that you're expecting from Halo, and that's really it. I don't think it does anything really grand or like something like game-changing with the Halo formula thanks to the power of the Unreal Engine, and I don't know if that's what it was going for. It just delivers the gameplay that you're expecting for Halo CE. So to me, the natural question is, well, why bother making this whole remake, the Campaign Evolved, just to have this big unveiling of the power of Unreal Engine and this optimistic future for Halo thanks to the Unreal Engine, with just the same gameplay that we've been used to with 343. Like, you added sprint and they added like hijacking, which wasn't present in Halo.
Which I think is entirely fine. They added the abilities to ride wraiths. They added new guns that weren't previously there. Like, you can use beam rifles, you can use energy swords, you use fuel rod, even though in the classic PC version of Halo CE, you could use it in multiplayer. Like, these are aspects, these are changes that I'm completely on board with, because it modernizes the game. But they could have done, like, I don't know, like, I feel like when you do think about hijacking and all this other jazz, it would have made more sense if this was multiplayer, because then you would have more of that wow factor. Like, oh, wow, we have never experienced this in Halo 1 PvP before. But when you think of campaign, like, well, we've experienced that hijacking before. This is nothing new. But Halo multiplayer itself, like the classic maps and all that jazz, like, it adds some new layers to it. But like, I don't know. Even then, like, Halo 2 introduced hijacking, and that's been a thing since then. I don't know. That's all I got.
But like, these aren't like new things to Halo or anything, and it was possible before Unreal. And like, the gunplay feel and everything is still very much the same gunplay feel as we've been used to with Halo. So like, really, what was the point? Like, I just don't see why they wouldn't have just done a new Halo game instead of just once again redoing an old one. It just, to me, doesn't make sense, because you're not even like flexing the power of the Unreal Engine here. The only thing I could see maybe being like a showcase for the power is the amount of enemies on screen. There's a noticeable increase in the amount of enemies that you'll find.
That's something I did not make note in my review. If you play the remix campaign, you can get, there was a point where we had like 6 flood tanks coming out the door. You can have a shit ton more enemies. Like, it is insane. It feels like firefight sometimes. And that's the one of the glowing parts. I feel like actively the best way to play Halo Campaign Evolved is not even play it traditionally. It's to play the campaign remix mode. That is actually like worth some money and value, because you get an entirely different experience. Like, being able to fight brutes, having flood and like parts of the map that you never had before, like, and having guns randomized, even like some of the classic weapons from, Halo 2 being brought into because of the bonus missions, like the brute plasma rifle and the brute spiker from Halo 3. Like, these aspects, oh my God, what a treat. That is something I did not do justice in my review talking about the Halo remake. I didn't do a great job expressing that. But the campaign, the remix campaign, absolutely slaps.
On screen during the encounters, like, that's very obvious. But that's like the only thing I can point to, really. Like, all the physics still seem pretty similar, especially when it comes to the driving. Like, all of it feels like
Halo,
really like the
Halo
same,
C.
which I think is the vibe they were going for, which again is the question, why do it? And like, not only did you do it, you delivered less than the original had, because there's no multiplayer here.
Yeah.
And like, I just don't see it. Now, maybe
I think this was the first Halo to be multi-console, multi-platform. This was their attempt to get a new audience from a different pond to cast the net. It was a tech demo, obviously, but also just let's try to get PlayStation players as well. We've been locked off to the Xbox island, and then suddenly we have PC. Now we're going to have PlayStation. And that was the goal. They were betting on getting more PlayStation players involved, so then they can sell them Halo 2 and then Halo 3. And then I guarantee they'll do something like remake or re-release Halo 4 and 5. And then, we have Halo Infinite already. They'll release that for PlayStation. But the goal is to get these people to buy into the Halo and expand. They're like, we need more players, therefore we're going to go multi-platform. And I think that was the goal. Is that this was the us trying to we can't start with Halo 7. No one on PlayStation would play that. We've got to start from the beginning. And I think that's what it was. Is this was more for new players and to get some PlayStation players, which unfortunately I don't think what has been successful from what we've seen.
Bonus missions totally changed my mind, but spoiler alert, I saw some of the bonus missions when the Shopify guys were playing them when I had to go do something else and I had to bow out for a little bit. The bonus missions look really shitty.
They are.
But I'm going to reserve my judgment on those till I experience them myself. But they look like a slog. It looks like just the same shit over and over and over and over again, and that's it. But anyway, overall, I don't think it's like bad because it's still Halo CE. It's just you're playing it again with a different coat of paint, even though you've probably already played it again with the different coat of paint with Halo Anniversary Edition that came out over a decade ago. So now you have 3 Halo versions, all for different coats of paint. Like, yes, there are some gameplay tweaks in here and some quality of life changes. I don't think they're all that meaningful. Yeah, hijacking's cool. Sprint, I'm very indifferent on. Maybe you're a big sprint enthusiast, but for me, it's whatever. And then, like, there's some UI tweaks that I don't think add anything to it. Like, there's little indicators for every weapon on the ground. So, to me, that feels kind of useless. Like, who gives a fuck? Why are you cluttering the screen to let me know that there's a plasma pistol over there and next to a plasma pistol with a plasma rifle right there? So now I have 3 squares on my screen floating around to let me know that they're there.
Don't forget about the orange check marks.
I am not sold on this being a great idea that they have diverted all of these resources towards. And the fact that there's no multiplayer here is just a big time head scratcher for me. But all of this is just coming from the perspective of someone who has who knows how many hours in Halo. So maybe if you've never touched it, you'll really fuck with it. Maybe you'll absolutely love it.
I think that's
like,
the
I know
case.
This is on PlayStation now, so all the PlayStation gamers having access to this, maybe this is really hitting for them. But I think if you've already played Halo CE or you played Halo CE Anniversary, I feel like if you get into this one, you'll probably just walk away feeling like, all right. And I think that'll be kind of the extent of it. But anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah.
You know, I appreciate that everything he said was fair. It wasn't woke. It wasn't like she looks like a man, all this other bullshit. He was just basing it on, does it look like a good game? The 3 bonus missions look like a slog. Oh, they were. They were such a slog, bro. Oh, man. And they made me so freaking mad playing on Legendary. I want to bang my head against the wall. Ooh. But yes, I agreed with most of the takes. I mean, you make great point. You absolutely makes a great point with, like, we've had other versions. I think for new players is fantastic. I think if you are a diehard Halo enthusiast like I am, you'll still have some fun with it. I think the remix mission is probably the bang for your buck, because you will get an entirely new experience that you cannot get with original, nor can you get with the anniversary coat of paint. I think that in that regard, it's worth it. The 3 bonus missions that don't act like they don't exist. Just act like they don't exist. Also, $40 or $50 is just a criminal. This should be a $30 game. I will say, do not buy this game until it's on sale. This is a $30 game. It is not a $40. It is not a $50 game. That's something else I probably should have said in my review. I did not, but I'll give the video a like because I appreciate the different viewpoint. You know, mostly I agree. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hit the like button and comment down below and subscribe to the channel for more. As always, I'll see you guys in the next one. Huzzah! All right, guys. I am feeling my limit. I am tired. My voice is going out. I'm going to make note of this video 1, 2, 3, 4 video, and then we have a lot. We have. By the way, that wasn't even the last one. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 other videos that I can react to. I'm not going to. Screw that. I am tired. I'm going to say thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Twitter. And thank you, YouTube. I'm going to call it a night there. I feasibly should get on tomorrow. We will see. Tomorrow is today. Is today Wednesday? I think today is Thursday. No, today is Wednesday. It's now the next day. So this is Wednesday. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. And then I need to brainstorm several things. One, I need to work on a script that I'm working. I'm gonna do like multiple things. I need to do a reaction replay podcast script. I need to do a something gaming news script. I'm working on a Bungie / Destiny script that's been ongoing for the past year. Now that I've kind of been playing a lot, and I need to finish that script and see how long that's going to take. This is a project that will take some time. And then I need to think about how I want to change the video overlays. I need to research on this thing and linking up the green screen and all that. There's a lot that I want to do. So we will see. I need to put down video games and do this before I start. And then we also are going to have, like, next week a Pokemon TCG stream where I put together my card club stuff because it's a hot mess, so we have to do inventory. By the way, disappointingly, I did have kids steal Pokemon cards over the summer. Unfortunately, that was so annoying. Yeah, but I also have this box of Destiny Rivals, this Elite Trainer box to open. This is I don't want to talk about what I paid for this, but I did spend money this is probably the most impulsive buy I bought. I don't know why I bought it. And because I buy pre-con decks for students to play, I don't know why I bought this. I don't even collect these cards. So I don't know why I bought this box. This is one of these baffling things that I think I was just tired, or I don't know. It was very impulsive. So we're going to open this and hope to God that we get something of value. Not that I would actually sell it, but at least I get something of value. I don't know, man. It is one of those things. Why the F did I buy this? I could just hold on to it and maybe it'll be worth money later on. Don't know, but I just don't care. Anyways, I will say thank you for everyone who has joined me tonight or morning, whatever you are. I appreciate you. And I am going to go upload these videos, make thumbnails for one of them for tomorrow, or probably all of them. We'll see. at this point, I might as well just bite the bullet and do it all. And I will see you guys next time, whenever it be. I definitely need to stream earlier because these 2 o'clock in the morning streams, not gonna do it, Chief. But I will see you later.